Kincade Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Connor! Horn me up!
Flyers win the faceoff. Here's Cam York again. Over the back by Mishkov. Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime. And they're headed to the second round. Cates was out in front. And the Flyers start the party in South Philadelphia as they send the Pittsburgh Penguins packing in overtime.
And that is how it sounded last night here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The great Tim Saunders. Of course, the great Cam York, John Kincade, Dan Vladar, the hero. Give him the freaking key to the city.
I will tell you, first of all, to the great Tim Saunders, that is a spectacular call.
Oh, it's awesome.
So poised, so awesome. Play-by-play guys who know how to do it without upstaging it is awesome. But that performance from Dan Vladar last night will be burned into my brain forever.
42 shot attempts by the Penguanos. How many did he allow?
I believe the number is 0.
0,
which, by the way, is a number. It's an even number. So
a shutout performance by Dan Vladar, man.
In a 6-game series, he had 2 shutouts of the Penguins.
And, oh, by the way, in 7 periods.
I mean,
because they had to go to overtime last night. For those of you who did not watch, I don't know what the hell you were doing. For those of you who went to bed, the Flyers did win in overtime last night with about 3 minutes and change left before second overtime, which at that point I was going, yo, please, somebody end this. End this. Flyers, obviously want the Flyers to end it. At 4 o'clock wake-up call is not really going to be beneficial to me.
No.
Cam York nets it, and the Flyers win 1-0, Johnny.
I was, did you enjoy it?
No.
No.
I enjoyed the game-winning goal.
Right. I mean, my buddy Mark came over from next door around the start of the third period because I was up and I had some pizza. So I said I had pizza. He came back from a meeting, and I went, I got pizza here if you want it, so come on over and have some pizza. He comes over, and we're sitting there. We watch the next 2 periods, and I'm like, I'm not enjoying this.
No.
It is excruciating.
It was painful.
It's nerve-wracking. But the end result makes it so worth it. Guys, it's sort of like, you got to go to the doctor. You got to go to the dentist. Got to go do all your tests. But when you get that test result and it's all clean, it's all worth it. And I would suggest to you that last night, it's all worth it today.
Yep.
And we sent Pittsburgh on to the rebuild.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
Buried the Penguins.
I've never had that much fun at the dentist.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
That was a on to the rebuild. We sent Ovechkin on to retirement.
Yep.
And the Pittsburgh Penguins will never have that assemblage of talent playing for them again because the Steel City is on to the rebuild.
Crosby, Letang, Malkin.
Those 3 will never play together again. I'll guarantee it.
Yeah, maybe one comes back, but who knows?
They will not.
Trio.
It'll never be again.
That trio had their historic careers.
And spectacular careers they had.
Absolutely. Come to an end. And you know what?
We did it.
What did we talk about before this series started? Can it be like the 2022 Phillies, where the 2022 Phillies find their way into the playoffs? This team a little bit more lovable entering the playoffs than what
much
the 22
more lovable.
Phillies
Yeah, much more
playoffs
lovable.
was like. But what did the Phillies do? They ended that Cardinals legendary team. The Phillies just ended the legendary team of the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Flyers,
They
excuse
did.
me. Flyers
It's
ended the legendary run of the Penguins. Flyers move on. They take on the Hurricanes. We'll break that down another day. Today's a day of
another
celebration.
day. No.
Today's a day of partying. Today's a day of voice memos. Today's a day where I want to hear if you were at the game last night, what your voice is like
today.
today.
Are you awake if you went to the game last night? Because I can only imagine. Could you fall asleep afterwards?
I struggled last night. I'll be honest.
Nikki Foles wouldn't sleep because there was thunderstorms out in Landview. We had the thunderstorms going on, so she was upset. The dog's upset. So it's like, and I couldn't sleep.
No, it was
awesome.
rough last night.
It was awesome. I mean, it was such awesome, but the storms were terrible.
Not going to lie, the 4 a.m. alarm this morning was not welcomed.
Nasty.
It was not a welcome sound
That was
from
nasty.
me. So Flyers get the win. We want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Just straight up celebration. Straight up, look, we've talked about the rebirth numerous times, the rebirth of fandom for a lot of people with this Flyers team. So if you're a born-again Flyers fan or if you're just for the first time a Flyers fan, we've taken a lot of calls over the last week and a half about people that have not really paid attention until this year. And we celebrate that. Like, this is not a gatekeeping show.
No, we're not like that.
This is a show where we go, all right, let's welcome more to the party. And we got more to the party. And I would imagine a game like last night where you're sitting on the edge of your seat and that overtime, you want to talk about excruciating. The Penguins were in the offensive zone, I think, for 15 of the 17 minutes of overtime.
Okay, not to bag on it, but they did not. The Flyers did not play well for large portions of that game, and were outplayed by the Penguins. They were the better. The Flyers were the better team in the first half of that game. The second half of the game, the Penguins were the better team, and I'm sort of floored by that because the Flyers are the younger team with the younger legs. But the Flyers were handling the puck like they were handling a live grenade.
Yeah.
They were really, really anxious, and
I'm sure pressure built up a little bit.
And if I look at it this way, Dan Vladar gets a goal that bounces off his back in Pittsburgh to beat him in game 5.
Yeah.
Dan Vladar with the bad misplay in game 4 behind the net, which sort of cost the game. A couple fluky goals that he never gives up. This series could have easily been a sweep. And the pressure probably mounted on them going, wow, we were right there. We had a chance to close it out, and some fluky things happened. Well, last night things went their way because as the game went on, it looked like a Pittsburgh night. It really did. It looked like a Pittsburgh night.
But that's why Dan Vladar deserves the key to the series.
Are you telling Cheryl Parker what to do? You telling her?
Yeah, you know what? Damn right.
Madam Mayor?
Damn right.
Madam Mayor.
I don't know if she was watching last night.
She didn't come to Lithuanian Day with you.
She did not.
So she owes you one.
Yeah, so I think Dan Vladar deserves a key to the city today. Any exceptions?
No.
Anybody? 42 saves against that Penguins team?
No.
To win the series?
We approve the message, and also, too, I think that works very well. And I think that I've said it before, I was saying it down the stretch, I truly believe the beautiful soul of Bernie Parent has blessed this run.
Hell yeah. I saw Jeannie
that
Perron
was awesome.
tweeting about it last night.
Well, it was her birthday.
Oh, it was her birthday yesterday?
That's her birthday wish.
Oh, that's beautiful. Happy birthday.
I mean, it was her birthday wish, and Bernie on the shoulder. And the beautiful soul, Bernie Parent, I truly believe is a part of all this going on.
Yeah,
and
I love that they have the jersey patch. It's great.
I love it. The spooky mask shirt, which is just, I still do not have one. The store line the other night was probably, game 4 was probably around 100 people deep. I wasn't doing it. But I'm going to get one of those
people
shirts.
People are getting fired up,
it's
man.
Awesome.
And
it's
that's
awesome.
great. So let's celebrate. Let's celebrate with you, 610-632-0975. But let's also hear how some of the moments sounded. You heard the Cam York winner in the open there. We'll play that again for you in a couple minutes here. But Dan Vladar, 42 for 42, 42 shots on net, 42 saves. He was tremendous yesterday. And we talked about it. It was painful in overtime. Like,
it was painful.
The Penguins just lived in the offensive zone. At one point, I'm listening to the game, and Scotty Hartnell's like, man, it looks like the Flyers are just trying to do a penalty kill right now. Like, they're just sagging back. They're just doing whatever they can to not let Pittsburgh shoot on net.
There was such a lack of aggression. It was, let's not make a mistake.
Right, that's what it was.
They were playing not to make a mistake. And that usually means you're collapsing on your goaltender, you're in, and you're playing passive. And the Flyers could not get the puck out of their own zone.
No, they could not. And this play was insane. Here's Vladar getting the save on Mantha, but then the puck just squeaks away.
It was right there.
And all hell breaks loose. Here's how it sounded last night on the Fanatic.
Back for that, the first one there, a centering pass, Mantha on the backhand. Vladar tries the right pad, gets it covered. No whistle yet, it's still loose. And the Penguins trying to knock that puck in, blow it down. It's him behind the Flyer netminder, but stays out. Now the referee apparently didn't lose sight of it. How the hell that's possible, I don't know. But he let the play continue for a long time before he blows it dead.
And dude, that play, like, my heart was just pounding out of its chest. I was like, come on, please.
Oh my gosh. It was unbelievable. It was There were so many plays last night where I'm going, okay, they're just holding on.
Yeah, and look,
They're just holding on.
bro, they look gassed too.
They
like
did.
they look like their legs were just done.
The only thing is that I truly don't, and not to contrary you, I truly believe that wasn't the case. I don't believe it was the legs. I believe it was the tentativeness.
Okay.
Nobody wanting to make a mistake.
Sure.
I don't want to get caught. I'm trying to be passive. And when you play the game of hockey passively, you lose.
Yeah.
It's not a sport for the passive. Now, some nights you get that. Some nights you get a 42 save effort in a shutout.
Unbelievable.
And
man.
it's unreal.
And they needed literally all 42 saves.
What
They
Dan
win 1-0.
what Dan Vladar did last night is unreal. And to see it, and the legacy of some great goaltending that we've had in this town that has unfortunately been few and far between.
Yeah, I was going to say, what?
lately. It has been, and again, a couple things. Matvei Mishkov is a perfect example of a guy. I thought Mishkov was one of the 4 or 5 best players on the ice last night for the Flyers.
And he had a couple of chances. Just good. Shelov's was
Oh my God.
ridiculous
He was
last night. The Penguins goaltender.
And you know what? The change to him in Game 4, which he took, which got a lot of critique of going to him in Game 4, it did swing the series.
Oh, absolutely.
The Flyers had a lot of problems.
Backup
with that.
goaltender theory, man.
And it worked. But Mishkov, I thought, was one of their 5 best players of all players in the ice. Obviously, Vladar number 1 by a mile. But Mishkov coming back from the Game 5 benching and playing like that, playing with a little jam.
Man. That's what I wanted. I just wanted jam yesterday.
I wanted a jam out of you there. He played, and it does show you that a coach can publicly call out a player, can publicly challenge a player, can say that he needs more out of a player, that a player's play needs to improve, and the player can respond from tough love and can show, okay, I'll respond to it. Good job on Mishkov, but good job on Tocchet.
Yeah.
Showing that a coach in Philadelphia can actually coach a team with a little bit of toughness. And he took some heat from Flyers Twitter about it. Oh, you're going to ruin the kid. No, in fact, he responded
really,
really,
worked
really
out
well.
great. He got the assists on the game-winning goal, which
and patience.
You'll hear soon. But first,
oh my!
I talked about my heart beating out of my chest with the save on Mantha, and then just everything that broke loose near the net. When Porter Martone,
oh my gosh,
had this opportunity in overtime.
Are you kidding me?
And he did not score. I went from heart beating out of its chest to heart sunk. I'll be honest with you guys.
But
here's
you thought
how
it was going in, though.
Yeah. Here's how it sounded with Martone.
Finally feeds up the wall, but picked off by Porter Martone. And here comes Martone at center. He'll make it right wing pass. Tibbet goes wide on Shea. Tibbet backs on goal. Loose puck. Oh, what a save by Shelov. Martone had an empty net and couldn't stuff it home.
When he made that
save, oh my gosh,
hand raised, I thought, all right, that was their last chance.
You thought that's it because they were getting
back down the other end.
They were getting so few quality chances.
Yeah, I thought game over. When he did not score yesterday, I will be honest with all of you, I thought game over.
That was the first angry time for me in the game where I was like yelling at the TV actually because how do you? And it's not even on Martone. It's just how does it not go?
Yeah, I'll tell you though, you that was a goaltending exhibition last night from both goaltenders.
Yeah.
And just it was unbelievable.
That wasn't even him. It was a loose stick.
No,
he dropped his stick mid-play.
Yeah,
drop
right,
stick.
yeah.
And to have that, you're saying it's just unlucky.
Dude, between the two of them.
Martone, he does not give a flip.
No.
You know what he has a little bit? You know he has a little bit of him? And it's funny as last night I'm thinking of it. He's got a little Allen Iverson in him. He doesn't give a crap. He is just going to. He shoots the puck. He's the dream of every hoagie mouth Flyer fan.
Yeah, shoot the puck.
But Porter Martone sees puck, see puck, shoot puck, and he's a very intelligent kid. He doesn't talk like a caveman, but he sees puck, shoots puck. He doesn't give a flip. He is going to shoot the puck all day. He is going to be a 40-goal scorer in the NHL easily in his career. And he's just going to put the puck on net. He's going to get to where the rebounds are, the dirty crap is. It's unbelievable.
I just hope he doesn't have to call Dr. Avidan Appel yet.
I don't think it. No,
he's only 19.
At 19? Are you kidding me?
He took that shot below the belt.
Well, Please.
I hope he's all right.
Yeah, I think he's fine. But Dr. Appel, we have the direct hotline.
Yeah, damn right. 73 saves between Vladar and Shilas yesterday. 73 saves.
A drop stick, the greatest one though.
Yeah.
A drop stick. A drop stick, maybe the greatest save.
73 saves on 74 shots.
Unbelievable.
The one shot that goes in, Cam York.
It's unbelievable.
Flyers win the faceoff. Here's Cam York again. Over the back by Mishkov. Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime. And they're headed to the second round. Cates was out in front. And the Flyers start the party in South Philadelphia as they send the Pittsburgh Penguins packing in overtime.
Flyers taking it 6, Johnny. The plus what hit?
The game 6 hit plus 520.
Plus 520. Flyers in 6. It was always Flyers in 6. Even when they were up 3-0, we said, nah, Flyers in 6. That's what we always thought.
Yeah, no brooms around here.
No brooms. Well, we didn't.
Well.
We didn't bring any brooms, and I may have taken a picture of a broom, but I didn't bring it in. And then there was a broom brought in, and maybe that had something to do with it. But hey, Flyers in 6.
Can we put? Can we just put a moratorium? No matter what happens in the next round. No more freaking brooms.
Yeah,
no more
no.
of that stuff.
I'm bringing one tomorrow for Carolina. You're next.
Yeah, that's great. I would say that it was the $130 profit that I made on the BetParks app on the game 6.
Payout.
But you know what I will say? I will thank you because I didn't even look at picking the exact game total.
Oh yeah.
Until you brought up, well, you can bet that.
Yeah.
You can bet the exact series because
yeah,
I had already bet Flyers to win the series. So Flyers to win the series paid off on a bet on the BetParks app. But then I said, you know what? I think it's going to be 6.
Yeah.
So there it was, plus 520 with a nice $130 profit.
That's beautiful. And you know what else is beautiful? Your bet is still alive for Sixers and 7. Because we have
I did not bet. I'm not lying. I'm not going to lie to the folks. I did not have the cojones.
All right, so
make
look,
that bet.
today's a day where we're celebrating what the Flyers accomplished last night. It's also a day where we get excited for Game 6 tonight. And you know what, guys? I apologize. I've been a bad supporter of the Philadelphia 76ers.
You have been.
They've already played 2 more games than I expected.
You've reformed, though.
Yeah. No, look,
You've reformed.
I've gone in every game excited. It wasn't necessarily the series that I went excited. They've already played 2 more games than I expected. I thought it was going to be Celtics in 4. All right, like I didn't even think gentlemen sweep. I thought it was going to be Celtics in 4, and we have a Game 6 tonight at the Xfinity Mobile Arena, that same building that was rocking last night with the Flyers win against the Penguins. The Sixers have a chance to extend the series and force a Game 7. So I have a message for, I think, a lot of people that I'm speaking to. Maybe not the majority, but there were a lot of people like me, Johnny, where people were just down and out going into this series. And we had a text yesterday after we were celebrating the Sixers forcing the Game 6 where the guy texted in and was like, well, it was all because the Celtics missed 15 straight shots at the end.
Which is
they're
stupid.
just going to lose Game 6.
Not true.
You know what, guys? For those of you who have that kind of attitude, just put it aside today. Johnny, I want to be a kid tonight. I want my inner young Andrew to come out tonight. The same Andrew that thought when the Sixers were down 3-1 to the Lakers in the NBA Finals that they still had a chance of coming back and winning that series. If I was older, I would realize that they had no shot coming back and winning that series. But you know what? Tonight, I want to be 7-year-old Andrew. I want to turn back the clock 25 years, dude. And I want to go into this game and say, freaking screw it. Whatever happens, provide pain. I'll cry at the end of the game if they lose, like I did when the Sixers lost in the NBA Finals. Like whatever, dude. Screw it. Like let's go. Let's have a freaking blast tonight.
Connor, you're happy he's joining this. This is good.
Very.
We're very proud of you.
Yeah,
we're proud of you because this is where we wanted you to be at the beginning of the series. Because this is how this was all. No matter what it was with this year with this team, whatever they were going to show you is. My whole mantra was, and I've gotten crushed for it on my timeline, and I get it. I've given some people crap back about it, but I get where they're coming from. The idea that I've been saying all along is make me proud. Is people have been like, what a loser attitude.
Well,
oh
I think
my gosh.
we were
Like,
tired of being made proud.
Well, yeah, but guess what? When have we been made proud?
The Knicks series.
No, we weren't.
I didn't want to hear.
No, we weren't.
Let's be. Well, we were
weren't
proud.
made
We were proud of Embiid.
No,
we were
I was.
proud
Yeah,
of
but we weren't
Maxey.
proud of that team losing the Knicks series. They shouldn't have lost the Knicks series. Should have beaten the Knicks.
Sure.
So, I mean,
a lot of people were proud with the fight.
Yeah,
of
but you
that
weren't proud of them losing that series. You should have won that series. This is proud. This is a pride thing. If this team forces a game 7,
Yeah, let's go.
it's freaking ridiculous. And I already am proud of what I've seen. And I already am more jacked. And I say this all the time. I thank you for making me a better Sixers fan. I'm more into the Sixers because of you. You've made me a better Sixers fan.
Glad I was able to do that.
And I am so excited for tonight. But I went into the series with the attitude you're going into tonight.
Yeah.
Now tonight is just, okay, let's have some fun.
Well, what's your mindset going in tonight?
Tonight house money.
Let's
House
go.
money. Let's do it.
Like screw it. Like
House money.
I'm sorry.
Let's do
sorry
it.
that I didn't have the energy.
And now but it's done. Don't worry about that.
Let's go, man.
You're forgiven.
I don't know how much energy I'll have by the end of this week because this week has just been freaking insane.
No, you're done.
Last week was insane.
No, you're done.
And by the way, the Phillies, like they didn't play yesterday. They got booed though.
You're done. You're done. It's fine. All's forgiven. All's forgiven.
Fair or unfair, Phil's getting booed last night.
Totally fair.
Totally
fair.
I
And you know
loved it.
what? I think the Phillies players, from their faces,
Some of them laughed.
understood.
Yeah.
I think they understood.
Yeah, I loved it. All right, coming up next. Why wouldn't you want to relive one of the most stressful nights in sports fandom? Why wouldn't you want to do that? We at least know that they won. Coming up next, hear the montage of Game 6 where the Flyers ended the series. It's pretty much a Dan Vladar montage, which is okay. You'll hear that coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Flyers finish off the series. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Flyers won their series with the Penguins in dramatic fashion last night, 1-0 in overtime, sending those Pittsburgh Penguins packing. Cam York scored the winner with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in the first overtime period. Dan Vladar was the real hero, though. Stopped all 42 shots he faced in the game. Here's how the winner sounded right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime. And they're headed to the second round.
So now with the Penguins dispatched, it's on to the Metro-winning Carolina Hurricanes. Next, no word yet on the start date for that series. We'll keep you updated. The Sixers have their own Game 6 task tonight as they look to extend their series with the Boston Celtics. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. this evening from South Philadelphia. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Phillies Game 2 against the Giants was rained out last night. They'll play a doubleheader today to round out that series. Game 1 is at 12:35, Christopher Sanchez versus Logan Webb. Game 2 is at 5:35. Starters have not been named for that yet. We're going to have a lot of great Flyer stuff for you all day here on Kincade Salciunas. This update is brought to you by Philly Sports Trips. The Birds are taking over Nashville with Philly Sports Trips. Travel, hotel, tickets, and more are all included. Spots are limited. Submit your deposit now at phillysportstrips.com. That's phillysportstrips.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union 97.5 The Fanatic.
Live, the Fanatic, and the Fanatic app.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
Oh, it's a damn celebration today. Flyers beat the Penguins. They bury the Penguins. They end the regime, we think, of Malkin and Letang and Crosby in overtime in just a painful watch of 3 full periods regulation into overtime, almost as every second of overtime ticked off. And, of course, Cam York wins it. Flyers get the win. And our boss, Scott Masteller, with a really great point to us, Johnny. We got to let the people know.
Wait a minute, let me read his text. You guys sucked first segment. Do better. Oh, no, that was the second text. He says here.
Unfortunately, the way, networks work in terms of playoffs, there will be no NBC Sports Philadelphia local broadcast in round 2 for the Flyers and Canes. So if you want that feeling of local love, the way you'll be able to get that is by listening to the games here on the Fanatic with Tim Saunders and Todd Fedoruk. And they've been fantastic. I mean, Saunders has been fantastic for 30 years, but this entire series, they've been so great on that broadcast, and it continues in round 2. So if you want to get some local flavor during the Flyers games, you can listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic, as well as the Fanatic app.
So exciting.
All right, let's hear the montage. It was painful.
It really was.
The Penguins lived in the offensive zone in overtime. That's how you want it to go. You want the Penguins to have shot after shot after shot in overtime, and then your one really good look, you don't score, and you're going, oh, well, that's it. Game 7, Pittsburgh, here we come.
Flyers should have gotten charged with loitering.
Well, Cam York ends it. They win it. Here's the entire montage. And, of course, Miss Dean, take it away.
Talk to me, talk to me. Talk to me, talk to me.
Porter Martone leads the charge the other way. Tippett got free of a man. Tippett goes in with a backhand. Cut in front. And can't tuck it around. Great save by Sheloff as he did the splits. And then a Penguin is knocked up over his own netminder as we get sticks up high. What a chance there by Owen Tippett, though. He's got a man coming late. Gerard finally threw it in front. That's batted down right on. And a save by Vladar on the backhand shot by Ricard Raquel. And he gets it blown dead. Alex Bump into the right wing corner. Turns on the wall. Goes toward the net. Took a shot. Doug saved the rebound. And the Flyers trying to stop it home. Mishkov poking it dead on the goal line. And Sheloff gets it blown dead as the Flyers almost thought they had it through him. Fires hit hard around and Philadelphia unable to take advantage. Pittsburgh controls and they play it into the middle, and Erik Karlsson gives it to Anthony Mantha. Mantha over the line, left wing pass, and a shot from the circle by Crosby. And Vladar swallows that up, cradled it into the glove, and it's flown dead. Angles one well wide, picked up under the right wing corner. Chinikov leads it. Letang jumps into the circle, took a shot and a save. The rebound batted right back on the goal, and Vladar made that save. The loose puck scooped wide as Chinikov was upended. Back for that, the first one there, a centering pass, Mantha on the backhand. Vladar drags the right pad, gets it covered. No whistle yet. It's still loose. And the Penguins trying to knock that puck in, blow it down. It's in behind the Flyer netminder, but stays out. And the referee apparently didn't lose sight of it. How the hell that's possible, I don't know. But he let the play continue for a long time before he blows it dead. Finally feeds up the wall, but picked off by Porter Martone. And here comes Martone at center. He'll make it right wing pass. Tippett goes wide on Shea. Tippett backs on goal. Loose puck. Oh, what a save by Sheloff. Martone had an empty net and couldn't stuff it home. Flyers win the faceoff. Here's Cam York again. Over the back by Mishkov. Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime. And they're headed to the second round. Cates was out in front. And the Flyers start the party in South Philadelphia as they send the Pittsburgh Penguins packing in overtime.
Great job, Connor. Great job, Tim Saunders. God bless you, Dan Vladar.
And Olivia Dean.
And Ms. Dean. And God bless the Philadelphia Flyers. Flyers beat the Penguins last night, 1-0. They bury the Penguins, and they move on. Screw it. Let you go. Bring on the Canes. Let's go. I mean, let's go. Let's have some fun.
It's the epitome of house money. It is not the Sixers and the Celtics.
Right.
But it's a huge monumental task.
Yeah.
Huge monumental task.
It absolutely is. And, of course, Sixers Celtics tonight. Put all your bad vibes, bad attitude, and I'm talking to myself here, aside, and just be a damn kid and go into tonight's game as if you're a 7-year-old watching Sixers Lakers in the NBA Finals, or however old you were, Johnny, at the time.
I wasn't 7.
All right, what do we
was not
have
7.
on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. Look, I love our texters. It's great. I love our YouTubers. It's great. If you were at the game last night, we would love for you to call in. If you can't call in and wait on hold, we get you. Leave a voice memo. Tell us what it was like last night from start to finish. The crowd, John, was incredible to start. And then the game just kept going 0-0. So you could tell there was that kind of calmness or maybe worry, anxiousness. I don't know. It got a little bit quiet. And then overtime, they were fired up. And every Vladar save that you heard in the montage there was a hell of a lot more, too. The crowd was behind Vladar constantly. And when that goal goes in, the crowd pop.
It was outrageous.
Do we have the crowd pop without the broadcast?
I sent it to Connor this morning.
All right.
It was Colin Newby grabbed it, I believe, for us.
It's one of my favorite things that baseball really started, right? Like during that, I still remember the Phillies run. A lot of those videos was just the crowd pop.
It was the back when Bryson Stott hit.
Yeah, yes. And they would just do the crowd pop. They had no broadcaster. Here's how it sounded inside the Xfinity Mobile Arena. I love it. Colin Newby doing a great job here at the Fanatic. All kinds of digital content for us. Check out his work. And, of course,
Good work, Colin.
Flyers win. All right, what do we got on the Davis Honda text line? I need those voice memos, though, too, in the calls. I need to hear from the people that were in that building last night.
Joe from Bayville will lead us off, and he says, finally, we have a goalie that can stand on his head when he needed to and make the big saves. Great win. Flyers played very tight. I need to see them loosen up a little bit, but a huge way to end the series.
Easier said than done to the caller, to the texter, I should say. Easier said than done.
Sure.
But I understand.
I think they were tight last night.
Gosh, they were so. They were tight.
You dropped the last two, and game 5 again. The weird goal that kicks off the back of Vladar and goes in. I think they were tight yesterday.
They were absolutely tight.
And so hopefully,
but it's understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. So to the texter's point, loosen up a little bit. Hopefully that goal was the weight of the world off their shoulders. And you're back into another series where nobody's going to believe in the Flyers, right? Just like how
it's absolutely no one's going to believe
in the Flyers. The Penguins were supposed to win and continue the journey of those three, of Malkin and Letang and Crosby. Flyers take the early 2-0 series lead, winning both games in Pittsburgh, and the narrative changed. It needs to be the same thing. Like, look, everybody's going to count you out. Go out there and just freaking
just do it. I mean,
just go do it. Play with some jam. Let's go.
This is the epitome, though. And again, people are not going to want to hear this because they're going to just say it's not the Philly way, blah blah blah. You can be Billy Big Balls all you want. This is the epitome of a house money series. It truly is going to be.
Yeah.
With Carolina. Carolina is a really really good club. They're a good club.
They're a good club.
They're a good club.
They'll be just like the Phillies where they come up small.
They're
I don't
a good club,
know.
and who knows? And I will tell you right now. I will say right now that the series will come back to Philadelphia 1-1. That's the only thing I'll say about it.
Let's
the
go.
Flyers will win one of the games on the road. They'll win one of the first two.
The other thing that we've compared this Flyers team to that 2022 Phillies a lot, the 2007 Phillies a lot, that young upstart. Well, it wasn't really young, the 22 Phillies, but stealing game 1 on the road was that recipe for that 22 run. Stealing game 1 on the road. Can you do that again? We'll find out. What else we got on the text line there, Connor?
We also have a check-in from Joe the Cynic who says, will the aging Penguins run it back because they're a good team?
They're a good club. Good club, of course.
They got a good club.
If Dave Dombrowski ran the Penguins, he absolutely would. And he'd sign them to 5-year extensions.
Oh, no, he'd sign them all to extensions and say that.
You know what? He might think JT Realmuto could be the netminder for the Penguins, for all I know.
He'd bring back JT. He'd say, hey, JT, best catcher in baseball.
Let's make him the best goalie in hockey. Why not?
BGIH. He'd do that BGIH bull.
Right, man. That's good work. All right. We also have Sixers Celtics tonight. And a man that is fired up, he's been texting me and I'm so happy for him because
Who's that?
even though going into the series he was a little down like
Who?
me, Johnny, but he
Who?
quickly pivoted. Our man Tasty Cake Dom is on the line. Dommy, good morning.
Andrew, John, hey Connor.
What's up, Dom?
Well, congratulations to all the great Flyers fans.
Hell
That's
yeah.
awesome.
I love it.
Great fun. And hey, John, thanks for supporting our team today.
It's
Got
fun.
the Sixers paraphernalia on.
Yeah, what's funny is we try to coordinate so all the teams are covered.
Yes.
So Andrew and Connor were like, they're going to go a little more Flyers. So I said, well, I'll go a little more Sixers because I'm going to go a little Flyers tomorrow. Get ready for the weekend.
And you got your Union underwear on.
I do not.
And
No
Andrew,
underwear.
I was way more than a little despondent. I didn't think they had a chance in hell.
I
of
thought
winning
they were
the
losing in
series.
4 games, Dom. I thought the Sixers were going to lose to the Celtics in 4.
So this is awesome. But John, you and I, because you and I are simpatico.
Yes.
You and I should have known that the Sixers will win this series now.
Wow.
Because I'll remind you of something, John,
What's that?
that you and I know. The last time the Sixers beat the Celtics in the playoffs, those nitwit Celtics fans were running around with the sheets over, mocking
Yes.
us, right?
Yeah.
As- In game 1, John, when those dopes started chanting, "We want Boston," and Jason Tatum, and by the way, John, Jason Tatum has zoomed past Kevin McHale on my all-time hate list.
I got to tell you, my wife hates him, and she's only been watching him like one series. She can't stand it.
And and then Joel Embiid, he's a once-in-a-lifetime guy, right, Andrew?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, John, the foul line jumper is second only to the sky hook.
Oh,
Wow. That's a little intense.
It's
The
absolutely
sky hook,
automatic.
the
John.
sky hook, yeah, but the sky hook won a lot of huge big games.
Yeah, and there's also a
The
lot of other.
Skyhooks won. Skyhooks won.
Skyhook, the
Yeah,
Skyhook.
look, I mean, Dami, I love you, brother.
love you,
I
Dom.
love you. Like,
Please, you got to have big. Look, Joel Embiid has to have big moments in big time.
and that's one of the big takeaways from Embiid's career. There have not been that many.
Whoa! You win Game 7 in Boston.
Oh, it changes everything.
That is a chapter. That's like a huge moment.
I'm more of
Huge
like
moment.
before Embiid's mid-range, like a Dirk. The Dirk step back.
And how about
You
two?
know.
You win Game 7 in Boston.
Tim Duncan off the glass. There's a couple I would think of before Embiid.
If you win Game 7 in Boston, then the second round series is actually, you have better odds to win it than you had the first round series.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Which would be weird. That's weird.
Steph anywhere from 3, I'd probably take before Embiid mid-range. But I get what Dami's saying. And look, tonight, put everything to the side. Just root your hearts out for the Sixers. Let's force a Game 7. Let's see what happens. Coming up next, Dan Vladar. He's the hero. Cam York ended it. But Dan Vladar was the damn hero last night for the Flyers. He spoke with Tim Saunders and Todd Fedoruk after the game. You'll hear that next. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Howie Roseman of the Eagles had a busy See their wonderful faces. Check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
It is Kincade and Salciunas, the home of Philadelphia Flyers Radio Network. How about that? Flyers win last night. Game 6. Flyers advance. They take on the Canes. And it's been a damn party so far this morning. We want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Do we have any voice memos yet? Have the people woken up?
I mean, come on, people
Not
gotta
yet.
be
All right,
sleepy.
all right,
People have to be sleepy this morning.
I need voice memos. All right, like I get it. You guys celebrated last night. It's time to get back to work. Let's go. Voice memos. We need some of those coming up. But we got to hear from Dan Vladar last night. Dan Vladar, the hero of the Philadelphia Flyers. Cam York ended it with the goal. But you don't have a Cam York shot on net without Dan Vladar, man. 42 shots, 42 saves. He was ridiculous yesterday. And here he was catching up with Tim Saunders and Todd Fedoruk. He just steps off the ice. You're going to hear him like panting because of how tired he was from this game. Here's the hero of last night, Dan Vladar.
Dan, I'm going to state the obvious. You correct me if I'm wrong. Biggest game of your life tonight?
Every playoff game is the biggest game for me, but obviously I wasn't getting the bounces, so we weren't getting the bounces the last 2 games. So obviously, the mood wasn't great, but we were still trying to believe and do the right things. So for me, I was just trying to do the same thing as I've been doing the whole year or the whole playoffs. Just try to get the chance, the team in front of me some chance, to win a game. So obviously I'm glad that everything was going my way. I had a couple of posts, so it was nice. So everybody was with us today, and obviously guys got the job done.
You're very modest goaltender, Dan Vladar, but I gotta tell you, throughout the series of playoffs, you need a goaltender to steal a game. I can easily tell you stole this one from the Pittsburgh Penguins. You were absolutely lights out, especially in overtime. How did you do it, man? Talk about the atmosphere and talk about how you were staying in the zone when those shots were coming in overtime.
Well, for me, it wasn't any different than practice or summer workouts. When you're gassed, you're just trying to be square for every puck. And I wasn't even looking at the time clock. I was just trying to go one save at a time, one puck at a time, one play at a time. And obviously I had that, whatever we have on or what we have on our T-shirts, I had the belief since game 1. So I knew that the guys are eventually gonna get one. For me, it was just hold my ground for as long as I could, and I had no doubt that the guys are gonna capitalize.
Vladdy, when you were a free agent over the summer, could you have dreamed this working out as well as it has in Philadelphia, or is this exactly what you pictured?
I mean, I'm a dreamer, so obviously I pictured just the best things. But since day one, I really felt that we can do something special here, and I can assure that we are not done yet. So obviously in the summer I came in, and everybody just had my back since day one. Everybody welcomed me. So it's great when you're working in this type of environment. Just excited to be coming in to the rink every single day, and I'm not afraid to say that I already made friends for life here.
Get in that room, celebrate with your teammates. Congratulations on a phenomenal game 6.
Thank you. Not done yet.
Not done yet. I love that. Not done yet. Sounded like a Daryl Morey press conference. Dan Vladar was spectacular yesterday. He deserves. I don't know if if he drinks beers. He deserves every beer that he has.
Brother, he's a Czech goalie. He drinks beers.
Yeah,
And he better not be ever paying for one in this town again.
no.
He has now entered a level of stardom in the town.
Does Stateside Live carry Czech beers? I don't know. I haven't been there in a minute. I know Ray Dunn was there last night, and I saw Ray Dunn put out a tweet. I woke up to it that there were some members of the Flyers that made the way over to Stateside Live to celebrate yesterday. It's good work.
That's very good.
I just don't know if they carry Czech beers.
They're going to start.
By the way, I had a...
Did you say Czech? Czech.
By the way, I had a... you like it? I know your pop likes a transfusion.
I don't think
on the golf course. I thought they had, when we went to the golf course, we had the transfusion.
I don't think my dad's ever had a transfusion in his life.
When we were golfing with your father, we had transfusions at the golf course. Maybe your dad didn't have. I don't
think my dad did. My dad's like a Yingling.
He had a Yingling,
St.
whatever.
Paulie's girl.
When we were golfing over, the only time I golfed with your father, we had transfusions, but we didn't maybe have one with him. They have them now with High Noon has them.
I know. I saw that yesterday.
Oh my gosh!
Big news, man.
Delicious.
Big news.
No, delicious.
Oh, you had one?
Delicious. Already tasted one.
Oh, that's good work.
I would say get one.
Check it out.
Get
All
one
right.
now.
All right, what do we
High
got?
noon people, you want to get on the show? We'd love to have you.
What do we got on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington.
Chris in Jackson, New Jersey checks in and says the Flyers have been playing playoff hockey for the last 2 months this season. Don't think they were tight. They look tired, but they found a way. They can get some rest. I think we're going to give the Hurricanes a run for their money.
I do not believe they were tired. They were not the more tired team. They were the more tentative team. They were scared to make a mistake. They were feeling the pressure. They were playing very tentatively, nervous, a little on their heels. They weren't playing aggressive. And you're in a tight game like that, the next goal. The Flyers don't score that goal. If Pittsburgh scores, I truly believe they would have won Game 7.
Oh, yeah.
I would have been picking the Flyers to win Game 7 if they lose that game.
Look, when Martone missed that shot, I thought game over. And I did not want to go back to Pittsburgh.
No, you don't want to go back.
Not at all.
Well,
Not at all.
nobody says they want to go back.
That didn't happen. Flyers move on, and they begin their series at some point next week against the Canes. All right, coming up next, we'll get back to everything. Flyers celebration, your calls, your texts, your voice memos, Sixers excitement. Have we gotten Sixers texts yet? All right, we'll check the Davis Honda text line on the Sixers because I'm really curious how many people will go into this game with just a childlike fandom attitude. Just go out there and pretend like nothing else exists. Go Sixers. Can they force a Game 7? We'll hear from them coming up next. Also, even though Vladar's the hero, Cam York deserves love. He spoke after the game yesterday. You'll hear from the guy who netted the game winner. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Cam York wins it in overtime. I'm Connor Thomas. The Flyers won their series with the Penguins in dramatic fashion last night, 1-0 in overtime, sending them home for the summer. Cam York scored the game winner with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in the first overtime period. Dan Vladar stopped all 42 shots he faced, and he still had some time left to meet up with our radio broadcast after. Here's what he had to say about the dreams he dreamed when he came to Philadelphia.
I mean, I'm a dreamer, so obviously I pictured just the best things. But since day one, I really felt that we can do something special here, and I can assure that we are not done yet.
No, they are not. They're on to a matchup with the Carolina Hurricanes. No word yet on the start date for that series, but we'll keep you updated on when the Eastern Conference semifinals start for the Flyers. The Sixers have their own Game 6 task tonight as they look to extend the series with Boston. Tip-offs at 8 p.m. from South Philadelphia. That game live on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Phillies Game 2 against the Giants was rained out last night. They'll play a doubleheader today. First game at 12:35, second game at 5:35. So a busy day for them. Busy day for us. Andrew DeCecco joins us from the 8 o'clock hour to the end of the show. Kevin Kurz at 9:05. Jim Jackson at 9:30. This update is brought to you by the Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kincade Salciunas, Philly Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it is 7 a.m. here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. A celebratory day. Flyers, first time in the playoffs in 6 years. First time in 8 years you got to experience that building electric. And remember, 8 years ago, the Flyers lost to the Penguins. This time around, the Flyers beat the Penguins. And last night, you got to see it on home ice. You know, obviously, them losing in Game 4 was a bummer because they couldn't complete the sweep. Obviously, the loss in Game 5 to the Penguins started creating some nerves. But last night, man, what a way to end it into overtime, 0-0, and the Flyers win it, and that crowd pop, the videos from every angle possible. You got Cam York throwing the stick, you know, over the boards, over the glass, into the stands. He immediately apologizes, saying, I don't want a lawsuit. The guy's good. A little bit of a bruised hand because he had to stop it from hitting him in the face. But it was like that moment was I'm saying this in a nice way, childish moment for Cam York, right? The game-winning goal.
He didn't know what to do, he said.
Right. Like, think about when you were a kid. You pretended at some point in your life, if you liked sports in the most minute way possible, you pretended at some point to hit a walk-off home run, hit a game-winning shot, score a game-winning goal, score the game-winning touchdown. Like, we all imagined that at some point.
And you kids, you guys in Jersey, you did not play, and let me just, I'm making an assumption. You guys did not play deck hockey, right?
Which one's deck hockey?
Deck hockey is, did you guys have deck hockey, which is where they have the actual rinks that are for street hockey?
Yeah, that.
You did?
Yeah. I played a lot.
So you did?
Because I was the catcher. I had the catcher's gear.
So you played in a organized leagues and everything? Like
I didn't play organized.
Did you guys have like organized leagues? Or did
Very
you have,
disorganized.
So yeah. But you had the rinks?
JMT Elementary School is where the rink was.
So they actually had the rink.
Yeah.
Hainsport Muni Center.
I wore my catcher's gear, and I was the goalie.
I mean, it's nice. They used to have like all the organized. The Flyers built in the 70s. Such a network of kids growing up. Kids who didn't even play hockey in their lives. Everybody played street hockey.
Yeah.
And there used to be this urban legend about Don Earl, the Flyers broadcaster and everything, and guys of my age know what the urban legend is. But every one of us, when we would play, you'd be scoring the game-winning goal or whatever.
Yeah.
And if it ever hit the post, we all said the same thing. And when you score, you dream of that. And Cam York didn't know what to do last night.
So he threw a stick.
He threw a stick in the stands, and, you know,
it was an innocent
moment.
And it's beautiful. Like, it's why I love sports.
One of those where they're saying to him, no, just don't do it again.
Yeah.
Just don't do it again. The legal department saying, don't do it again.
Yeah, let's avoid that next time. That's all.
The experience, what we don't realize is, and we won't realize this till future years, the experience they got this year in the postseason, I truly believe is going to be just the hardening of the cement on the foundation of what this team has built.
Yeah.
And I think it's really going to help them as this team goes forward.
Experience is a big deal, man.
It's awesome.
And you're getting that right now. And
well
you're going
worth
to
anything.
a second series, man. So let's
Everybody
go.
who wanted them to tank.
Yeah, look.
You know,
there's people out there.
There's benefit. There is great benefit to what they've done.
And look, those people I'm sure are enjoying themselves.
I hope they are. I hope they are. I hope
they're enjoying themselves.
So I've seen a lot of the timeline that are not, I got to tell you.
Really?
That are not, that are, saying, in the long run, this isn't going to be good. I'm like, you know what? Screw the long run, dude. Screw the long run. This is, because I'm going to tell you in the long run, this is going to be good.
Who would not be excited going into a playoff series?
Sixers Celtics tonight, Game 6 here on 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, what do we have on the Davis on a text line from the Sixers standpoint? A lot of Flyers reaction first hour, deservedly so. They won their series. They advanced. But the Sixers, they have a chance to continue the series. They have a chance to force a Game 7, which will be Saturday night. Like, let's go.
Are you kidding me?
Let's go. Come on, Sixers Celtics. What do we got? I'm ready to just be a child today and just go nuts. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line about the Sixers? And then you'll hear from Cam York, who we just talked about after the game.
Maria in Doylestown checks in, says, I've been saying since the beginning, since the play-in games, Sixers in 7. I still believe they can get this done, but you got to get one tonight.
She predicted Flyers in 6, Sixers in 7.
How about that?
I saw it on the Twitter poll the other day. She predicted Flyers in 6, Sixers in 7. And, well, she's got one. Maybe it's the magic of Maria. I love Maria.
Well, Maria's
See
a
her
good
at a
name.
lot of events. She's a wonderful person. All right?
I married one, so
Damn
that's
right.
good. That's the way it works.
All right, what else we got?
All right, Donna checks in and says, how can you not be excited after last night and what happened with the Flyers? Embiid or Maxey puts up 50 back to Boston.
What?
Just carry it.
What?
Just carry the excitement. I hope.
No. I love that. But
Yeah.
I want to know what that person's having this morning.
Well, maybe they're still drunk from last night. I don't know.
Because I got to tell you, that's a little.
I mean, Embiid got 33 playing half a game?
50 is a
could do that.
That's bold and beautiful. I like it though.
He could do it.
Maybe a combined 60 from the two.
That'd be great.
How's that sound? So the Sixers are back in action tonight, and we'll see that. I wonder how many people in the building last night will be there tonight. By the way, I want to give a ton of credit
to
the Phillies fans, not the Phillies. They did people dirty yesterday. The Phillies fans.
That wasn't good yesterday.
That the game got postponed. They have a doubleheader today, and they said, you know what? I already made the trip to the sports complex. I'm not going to let this drive go to waste. I'm not going to let the parking that I just paid for go to waste. I'm going to buy a ticket and walk across the street to the Xfinity Mobile Arena.
Just so you know, the Phillies are not making them pay for parking again.
Right, if you have your receipt, yeah.
So it wouldn't have gone to waste.
Well, what if they couldn't have gone today?
Well, then it would go.
Because it's the afternoon game. I mean, 12:35. In case people don't know, the Phillies moved the game time up from 6:40 to 6:10 yesterday to beat the rain. And then they postponed it to today 5 minutes before first pitch. And everybody that went down there and paid for parking and bought the beers and bought the hot dogs and bought the food.
Now there is going to be a doubleheader today.
Yep.
So you got those two. Cousin Matt wants to know who is going to the game tonight. He's going
awesome.
He's taking his dad down tonight.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So Cousin Matt's going down, and he says how many sickos. Probably Ray Dunn would if he could make the first game, but are going to hit both Phillies game and then the Sixers.
I'm sure people will do that.
That's a long day.
Ray Dunn, I guarantee you, would want to hit the second Phillies game and then Sixers at Stateside Live if he doesn't go to the game. I just want to know who's bankrolling Ray Dunn.
I don't know, dude.
I think Ray Dunn has a sugar mama. I want an investigation by Middays.
Well, he doesn't
Marks.
have to buy cigarettes anymore because everybody just gives them to him.
I'm actually wondering if Middays with Marks needs to have an investigation because I want to know how he's funding this lifestyle.
It's that Temple play-by-play money, dude.
Because I'm telling you, how's he funding this lifestyle? Because I tell you, I'm very envious of it.
Yeah.
It's a great lifestyle and good for Ray because it's great to see him out and about.
By the way, Steve chimes in on social media. Did not have a JMT school reference on my bingo card for today's show, but here we go. Yes.
There you go.
That's where I played my hockey, man.
There we go.
All right. Cam York, the hero in overtime.
Oh, my God.
The hero of the game, Dan Vladar. We will say that over and over and over again.
He is.
But the hero in overtime to give the Flyers the win, the series win, and extend their playoff run. Here was Cam York yesterday after the game.
Cam, can you just take us through your play that led to the goal?
Yeah, it was a great play by Mitchie on the blue line there. As soon as I got it, looked up, and KT was net front, and, just the way that the game was going, we knew that it was going to be a greasy one, and I just wanted to get it to the net, and, found a hole. I hope everyone's okay in the stands. Definitely don't want a lawsuit, but just honestly blacked out. I didn't even know what to do. I was so excited, just so happy for my teammates and obviously the fans.
With everything that you've gone through in the last few years, just what is this moment like for you personally to have the overtime winner?
Yeah, it's special. I think, anytime you can score an overtime goal in the playoffs to send your team, it's special. And can't say enough about, my teammates, the coaching staff has been unbelievable with me. And, just reassuring confidence and, guys are, like I said, just giving it everything they got this time of the year. And, last year it didn't go my way, obviously, but I wanted to have a bounce back year. And, I feel like I've done a pretty good job of that.
Just awesome. So happy for the
Cam, you've done a good job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd say solid.
Yeah, I would think so. The hero of last night's overtime winner, Cam York. Flyers move on. Listen to every single Flyers playoff game here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And, of course, Sixers in action tonight. Flyers, look, again, we talked about it earlier in the show. the rebirth of Flyers fandom for a lot of people. It was a beautiful atmosphere there last night. So yesterday, I did not tell you guys this story yesterday because I was kind of scared to get some reaction. I had a mini speaking engagement last night.
You didn't want to fill us in because we would have killed you for it?
So, like over a month ago, maybe even longer than that, I was asked to speak in front of the students that are being honored in the Colonial High School Conference.
Okay.
Kids that are getting awards, going to continue to play athletics in college, sportsmanship awards, all kinds of stuff, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. It sounds great. And then I find out that it's yesterday at 7:30. And I had known that for a couple of weeks. I'm like, all right, let's see what happens. Then I see that Flyers game 6 is Thursday, 7:30. I'm like, uh-oh. Flyers wins game 1, 2, 3. I go, all right, fine.
It's there.
Flyers in 4. I won't have to. There's going to be no conflict. All right, Flyers in 5. There's not going to be any conflict. Boom, conflict.
There it is, conflict.
Dude, the amount of people last night at this event that were streaming the game on their phones, including the athletic directors of the schools that were sitting at this long table.
It's the way it works.
Everybody was watching the game. I was able to get out. I missed 5 minutes of the first period. But everybody that was there.
Were you still inspiring?
Yes, of course I was. I said go Flyers at the end of my speech.
Oh, well, that's good.
But the amount of people that were streaming the Flyers game last night at this event, honoring their kids, right? You know what I mean? It's their kids that are
Dude, all I can tell you is just clear your calendar for like May.
Yeah.
For like the rest of your life till Coop goes to college. Just clear your calendar because you're going to have all these things. This is going to be your busy time where stuff's just scheduled.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
So be prepared.
Well, he's not going to high school. He's getting his GED, and he's going to go pro like Bryce Harper. All right, what do we have on the text line there, Connor?
We have a lot of people checking on the Flyers, believe it or not. This texter saying, Flyers seem like a Destiny-type team. We need it. FYI, my son was born January 29, 2024. Got here just in time for his first Eagles game, and that to be the Super Bowl.
Oh, it's good timing.
He's won now. Time for another championship.
Damn right. I mean, I'm always looking for the golden child. I thought it was Coop because the Phillies went to the World Series the year he was born, and the Eagles won the Super Bowl not that long after that. You know, there's probably some golden children out there right now when it comes to the success of the Philadelphia sports scene. And then you feel bad for them that they're not truly experienced.
Well, I sort of look at you, dirty, rotten scoundrels.
Hell yeah, man. I'm spoiled,
And I look
dude.
at you guys as the spoiled brats. I call you guys the spoiled. You're all the spoiled brat generation all the time. Real Mama Eagle. I saw her yesterday on social media. Real Mama was talking about the fact is first season for her as an Eagles fan was like 98. And I'm like, I first of all, I hate you all because you're also young and beautiful. But it's I'm like, you guys have grown up in the spoiled brats generation.
Yeah.
You're all spoiled brats, like what you've lived with.
And you're happy for all of us, right?
I'm happy that I lived it because the thing is, you didn't suffer. When I hear people of your age talk about suffering as a Philly fan, I honestly scoff and say, shut up. Like people of our generation are like, shut up. You didn't suffer. You haven't suffered the way we suffered.
You're living your golden years right now.
We haven't. You
all
didn't
right?
suffer. We did the suffering so you guys could live this beautiful life we've lived as Philly fans.
Thank you.
It's been amazing. Unbelievable. But I love it for you.
I feel like this is turning into like a religious thing.
I'm very happy for you.
You suffered for.
I'm very happy for you, though. I really am. You little.
All right. What's the poll of the day, Connor? Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. If Porter Martone needs help after
He
getting.
does not need help.
Getting the.
He's 19. Come
after
on.
he got the stick to the stick. In case he needs help, Dr. Avidan Appel could help you out there. What's the poll of the day this morning, Connor?
So we have a suggestion, a little bit of help. The only thing, the Flyers rebirth in fandom's not the only thing that's recently been reborn. I think a lot of Penguins hate has been reborn too.
Hell yeah.
Well, now they're going into the rebuild, though.
I was going to say, it might not live long. So our question today, with the Philadelphia Flyers eliminating the Pittsburgh Penguins, what do you believe Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang will do for retirement? We got 4 options, but we'll also take your write-in votes. Leading the way right now, embellishment coaching with 46% of the vote, 31% voting for Golden Girls reboot, 15% saying they'll pick up golfing, and only 8% thinking they'll be a Penguins arena usher, but that is very competitive to get into, so I understand.
Yes, it is a tough gig to have. I saw Kevin Cooney yesterday put out a great tweet. Can somebody check on the Penguins reporters? Because they may have just seen their golden tickets.
No. We got to check in from them.
I'm going to tell you.
They were really whiny.
I will tell you
series,
this:
man.
the Pittsburgh media as a whole that covers the Penguins, they are the biggest that I've ever seen. Bootlicking, pandering, like fanboy media that I've ever seen cover a team, and it's uniform. Complain about everything, pander to their fan base, cry about everything. Try to endear themselves to their fans. It's not real coverage. And it's embarrassing for a great sports city that that's what it is. I think it's Bush League. We even talked about it with my students. I'm like, that's not coverage. That's just pandering. That's what it is. Now, Bryce Harper would approve of it. He'd think it was great coverage, that what they're doing. I think it's childish. Yeah. Absolutely childish. Well. I like I'm going to vote for the Golden Girls reboot.
They're going to have to figure out their new favorite players soon.
And Connor, I'm actually sort of ashamed of you a little bit that you actually thought that the Golden Girls reboot, would people even know what that is? I believe that was your answer. Did I?
Yeah.
I'm a little ashamed of you. Yes, people would know what that is. People would know one of the most iconic shows of all time. Yes, they would know what the Golden Girls was. They would know what that reference means.
Thank you for being a friend.
Let's go to Tom and the Wawa KOP, our man Tom.
Yeah, Tom, I stopped in to see you the other day.
Hey, what's up, brother? Oh, Tommy.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you. There we go. Come on, man. I need your energy this morning.
Yeah, man. I was watching you guys on YouTube. Sorry about that.
You're good, brother.
John, good morning. Andrew, good morning, you guys. It's funny. I was laying here. I was like, I want to call up. John, we met like 13 days ago, and we talked about this, and it's come to fruition. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's just amazing. And I look back on that show because I watch it, and you said the spring we've all been waiting for. You couldn't be more right. You know what I mean? Like, it's just an amazing feeling. Last night we had no business winning that game, but the beauty of hockey is when you have a great goalie, like – you probably remember, John, because you go back like I do. The Flyers played the Panthers years ago, Van Beesbrook. We couldn't get anything by them. No. And that's just how it goes. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And now tonight, we got to hope we can bring the same energy with the Sixers, because that's obviously all the Philly sports are my love. I mean,
hell yeah.
I've been doing this a long time. You know what I mean? As Andrew said, I sound like it.
You do. And I stopped in to see you the other morning specifically, and you weren't there. And
yeah,
John, I saw your my Jamaican friend in there.
Yeah,
He's the man.
Dom,
I love him.
Dom at the Reds. Yeah, my schedule there is a lot of second shifts. So yeah, that was
okay.
Like I said, it was meant to be that morning when we met. You know what I mean?
It was karmic.
And I just wanted to call up. It's been great, man, listening to you guys.
Well,
and
glad we converted.
Tonight, we got to see what happens tonight, right?
Let's go Sixers.
They all want to bet. Oh, one other thing I want to say. Briere and Jonesy, I've always said this team, Ed Snyder used to always stick with his guys. And this time, this thing may have actually worked out with Briere and Jonesy. I got to give them guys a lot of credit.
Look, they rebuilt this thing. Tommy, thanks for the call, man. Look, it was a really bad era for Flyers hockey before they took over. And I know that there have been a lot of fans that have had conflicting opinions on what they've been able to accomplish so far in this rebuild. But the Chuck Fletcher era, and again, I like to give credit to Dan Hilferty as well.
Dan Hilferty has done a great job.
We're not just doing that because we're partners with the Flyers. Like, there was a time before Dan Hilferty, sort of took over where it was a faceless organization, right? Like, we didn't really know.
No.
Who do we complain to? What happened? The Flyers stink. Who do we complain about? And Chuck Fletcher's doing the nonsense of, people don't realize we had the 5th best percentage increase in terms of winning percentage. You still finished like dead last, bro. What are you doing?
And one of the things that I can tell you from Jonesy and others, Dan Hilferty is a guy who has been the public face.
Yes.
The players all know Dan. They all get to know him and everything like that. But Dan Hilferty stays the hell out of the way
of
the decision makers. He's an executive who says, I'm here for you. I'm your guy, but you guys are doing he's not some guy going, well, I want to be in on every decision.
Right,
I want to be in. He lets them do their jobs.
In-game experience,
Big difference.
all that
Big
kind
difference.
of stuff. Yeah.
Big difference. And we're really lucky to have it. All the collective group is good because Jonesy and Briere. Look, and I still give the rebuild a B.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give it an A because I think there's been some missteps along the way. But I'm so glad to see it coming together.
And I understand that when everybody came back, when it was Danny and then Jonesy, and then when they hired Tocchet, there's oh my God, they're bringing back all the old Flyers again.
Here we go.
And I get it, but at the same time, John, I would rather have somebody that loves the organization run the organization, right? Like, sorry to bring up his name because his name's being brought up every 5 seconds. Like Vrabel going to New England, right? A guy that loves the New England Patriots and loves Diana Rossini. It's been really good for the New England Patriots, right? Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan
now taking over Atlanta. Like
Atlanta.
I like it.
And by the way, hiring everybody from the Eagles, if you notice.
Right, I've noticed. I like it when teams are being run by people that freaking will die for the organization. And you're getting that right now. With a guy from here in Dan Hilferty, Briere, Jonesy, their ties with the Flyers, and now, of course, Rick Tocchet is the head coach. I love that kind of stuff, and it's playing out pretty well right now for the Flyers. Coming up next, what does tonight mean for you? Are you looking at a game with analysis, or are you just bringing out your inner child just to be a fan? Let's discuss that more coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. You can bet the Kentucky Derby, Johnny, on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, where you can bet all your favorite sports, right? You can bet on the Sixers tonight. You can bet on the Flyers in round 2 against the Canes. But, of course, you can also bet on the Ponies. And right now, all customers can get a Derby bet reset. That means you'll get racing bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. The app, it's super easy to use. And the best part about the Derby bet reset is you do not have to be a horse racing expert to get in the Derby on Derby Day action. All right? Find your funny hat. Grab your beers, sit on the couch, bet on a horse, pick one. Close your eyes and pick one. Doesn't matter. If it wins, fantastic. Congratulations. If it doesn't, you get bonus bets back. So bet the fastest 2 minutes in sports on FanDuel. Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks are registered trademarks of Churchill Downs Incorporated. You got to be 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Refund issued is non-eligible racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Max refund $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A dramatic end to the series. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Flyers won their series with the Penguins in dramatic fashion last night. It took till overtime, and it only took one goal. Cam York scoring the winner with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in that overtime period. Dan Vladar was the real hero last night, though. He stopped all 42 shots he faced. Wouldn't have mattered, though, if York didn't find the net. He talked about that game-winning goal afterwards.
Yeah, it was a great play by Mitchie on the blue line there. As soon as I got it, looked up, and KT was net front, and, just the way that the game was going, we knew that it was going to be a greasy one, and just wanted to get it to the net, and, found a hole.
Yes, it did. Now the Flyers find themselves matching up with the Carolina Hurricanes in the second round of the postseason. No word yet on the start date for that series. We'll keep you updated. The Sixers have their own Game 6 task tonight as they look to extend their series with the Boston Celtics. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. from South Philadelphia. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Phillies, they'll play 2 today. They got a doubleheader after last night's game was rained out. First game is at 12:35 with Christopher Sanchez on the mound facing Logan Webb. Game 2 is at 5:35. Starters have not yet been named. Andrew DiCecco joins us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. Kevin Kurz is 9:05. Jim Jackson at 9:30. Plenty of Flyers talk in between. This update is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has led inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7:31 on a day where we are partying and also getting excited for Game 6 Sixers Celtics tonight. Partying because the Flyers won last night. Still a lot to come here on the show. Andrew DeCecco, it's Thursday, will be in studio with us from 8 to 10. Don't worry, we will still talk Flyers and Sixers. It's not just going to be Eagles the rest of the way. So Andrew DeCecco in studio with us from 8 to 10. Kevin Kurz, who we've spoken to a lot throughout the course of the season for the Flyers. He covers the Flyers for The Athletic. He'll join us at 9:05. And then Jim Jackson, the voice for NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Another great call, by the way, when I was pointing out, because somebody said, Jim had a great call on the winning goal, too. I did. We were obviously promoting the great work. The great work that was on the Fanatic. But Jim Jackson's call was also fantastic, and we'll talk to Jim later on.
Well, let's hear it. This was how it sounded last night when the Flyers netted the game winner, forcing the Penguins to go home to retirement. Go to sleep, old man. Flyers win 1-0. They move on. This is how it sounded on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Mishkov back to York. York Arista. Can York from distance. And the Flyers are on their way to the second round. And it's a beautiful thing.
Do me a favor, Connor.
Okay, I got goosebumps with that.
It was great.
That's great.
Have Sean grab the TNT call, too. Because that one was awesome.
I still have not heard it.
Oh, dude, it was TNT or ESPN. I forget what it was.
I have not. It was on TNT last night, I believe.
Because I heard it during one of the commercial breaks, and it was awesome.
I did not hear it, so that's interesting.
So we can do the calls
I heard
around
Pittsburgh's.
the world.
By the way, I heard Pittsburgh radios, and I thought Pittsburgh radio call was exceptional.
Yeah, I mean it was very professional.
He did a great job, and he goes, "They score."
You also heard his dreams get crushed.
It was just awesome. Well, he knows he's going to be calling non-playoff seasons for quite a while.
No, they have a charity scramble coming up. High stakes.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, so he might be a part of that. You never know. All right, so tonight, Sixers Celtics, Game 6.
I can't wait. I'm excited for this one.
I said at the beginning of the show, I'm going to be 7-year-old Andrew, Sixers Lakers, Game 5, still thinking that they're going to win the NBA championship. I'm going to be that guy tonight. I'm going to be a kid tonight watching the Sixers game. I will stay up past my bedtime. John, what's your mentality? You have had the mentality of just make me proud.
Make me proud. And by the way, mission's already accomplished.
Right.
But tonight, now I feel like almost, and I don't want to be this fan, where I've said winning 2 games already has made me proud. And I feel that Game 3 was a wasted opportunity. So tonight, I would just like to see them not waste the opportunity. If you give me the theater of a Game 7, it's completely unlikely.
Sure.
And it's completely something that I never expected. This Sixers team has given me more than I ever could have thought. And more importantly, much like what I'm seeing with the Flyers, I now have reason to believe that when the lights are brightest, I know some of these young components on the Sixers are going to be able to deliver in future years.
Absolutely.
So now, Joel, can you crank it up again? Can we get a Game 6 at home tonight? That's what I'm watching for tonight. I'm very excited. I'm as excited to watch the Sixers game tonight as I have been in a while. That Knicks series a couple years ago was great.
Oh, it was
a
awesome.
great series.
It was awesome.
But that series, I expected the Sixers to win. I picked them to win that series, as most people did pick them to win. And this series, I had no expectations for them to win. Now, you get to a Game 7, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, man. And our I think of our man Stan from Drexel Hill, one of our great callers. He talked about how well the Sixers matched up against the Celtics. There's a lot of people that saw the potential of a series win. The crazy storyline, though, of course, is Joel Embiid coming back, right? Joel Embiid coming back 17 days after the appendectomy. And no, he didn't look great, right? And the team got crushed in the game where he returns. But then just the second game back, you saw the Sixers team, especially in that second half, look like the team that we were watching before the appendectomy, where they were fighting for the 5th and 6th seeds in the NBA playoffs. And so if you get that team for a 4 full quarter effort tonight and you force a Game 7, you want to talk about pressure?
Oh, yeah.
All the pressure's on Boston. All of it. And then you see what happens. Take care of business tonight. Connor, what's your mindset going into tonight? What are you going out for this game tonight?
I'm not, because you got the Phil's doubleheader into the Sixers. It's got to be a long day.
Dude, I need you, dude. Come on, man.
Okay,
you're the single guy here. Let's go.
I'll take tomorrow off to go out for the 8 p.m. tip-off basketball game. I'll be watching at home on the couch. I'm old.
We'll have you call in.
I'm believing they can win this game. It's not just what happens. I want to see them win this basketball game. You're back home. You have a little bit of momentum, and Joel Embiid looked like he found something. Now, we'll see how long that lasts and what their strategy is going in, because it doesn't feel very stable that they're going to continue to play the way they did to close out that game. But you have every right to be in this series, and you've taken, 2 games in Boston? How about you get one at home?
That'd be nice. That'd be really nice.
It's amazing that we have 2 young teams that are so good on the road, because that's the part of this script that doesn't make sense for this spring. That doesn't make sense. To go up against a veteran team in Pittsburgh and go and manage to win 2 games there. A veteran team with Boston and go to win 2 games there. That's the part of this whole first-round drama that has not made any sense. And it's exciting.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's the ebbs and flows of a playoff series, I guess. Sixers 5.5-point dogs. The line has stayed steady. We brought it up yesterday at the end of the show. Celtics 5.5-point favorites on FanDuel, and I'm sure multiple apps. So look, it's the tightest line going into a game so far this series. So Vegas is giving the Sixers some respect tonight.
Would like to send a word today too. I forgot. I didn't want to let today pass, and I didn't talk to you about it earlier. Delaware County lost a legend in Michael Gallen, and you would not know, being a Delco guy. Owner operator of Barnaby's.
Oh man,
Michael. Michael was I think a year ahead of me at O'Hara. Passed away suddenly the other day.
Oh, that's hard.
And but Brownies and Barnaby's, and a legend in Delco.
Yeah.
And Michael leaves behind children, grandchildren, and everybody, and we've done. Barnaby's.
I've done numerous appearances.
Barnaby's is a spot, and it was one of my mom's favorite spots. Being a Broomall person, one of her favorite spots. And when we would come to town, and condolences to Michael's family and to all the Barnaby's family and the Brownies family who just loved him. And he was a really, really good person and a good man.
Yeah.
And he'll be missed. I know he'll be missed down at the Deauville. He'll be missed in Ocean City, and he'll be definitely missed at Barnaby's. And we loved anytime the Fanatic did something at Barnaby's. Always a huge success.
I can't tell you how many times I've been there between watch parties and shows.
Always a great spot, and condolences to Michael's family.
Absolutely. All right, Connor, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington.
Well, we've got some voice memos rolling in on the Philadelphia Flyers, and we got to check in on that because people are flyered up. We have Dan from New Jersey, who has been one of our guys that has been bringing the energy all series long, and I hope he's got more left for Carolina. But here's what he had to say.
Before I get to my main point, John, I was promised a comfortable third period, and you owe me a heart transplant. First things first. Secondly, the coolest part about this entire city is that every time a team goes on some unexpected run or something like that, back in 2022 or whatever, Sixers, you hear fans go, when things really get good for X team, it really becomes an X type of town. Now, I know this is an Eagles town, but all that means to me is that this is a sports town. Because when things get good, everybody is all in. Let's go!
Yeah, dude, he's right. It is a sports town. We always do, Eagles town and Phillies town. It's a sports town.
Here's the only difference. I believe the Sixers are going to be better in 2027 spring than they are in the 2026 spring. I believe the Flyers are going to be better in the 2027 spring than they are in the 2026 spring. So that's the only difference that I say about that is when I'm watching this like I'm watching the beginning of a movie.
Right.
Not some just I found $20 on the ground. This team's not going anywhere.
Yeah, the Flyers, this is unexpected today.
This is early. The Flyers
but
are
it's
early.
not unexpected moving forward.
The Flyers arrived early. If you had the Flyers in the final 8 of the NHL this year, I would have told you were certifiably nuts.
Yeah.
So that's where that's at. But I do want to make a mea culpa, and I did say it to the boys in the third period last night on the group chat. I was having kittens in the third period, not enjoying myself at all, and I said so much for my relaxing third period.
I could have used it. I could have used the relaxing third period.
And Connor, I think you said it. I've done really well sports betting on football. Stay away from my hockey bets.
Yeah. Well,
you're
just enjoy the ride
you're
here.
Flyers in 6.
I did have Flyers in 6. Maybe my series bet.
You got to go a little bit bigger, wider scope.
Because Connor warned me yesterday. He goes, in the hockey, though, not so much.
You're Flyers in 6 guy. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah,
you
that's
got
the
Flyers in 6. All right?
That's it.
By the way, that's a better payout than comfortable winning the third period.
Yeah, it's $130 profit. I'll take it.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines. If we want to sneak in a couple more voice memos, send them in now. I need more. I mean, let's go. If you were at the game last night, let's hear from you. 610-632-0975. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Mother's Day is now, 10 days away? Have you thought about mom yet? And if you haven't, Benari Jewelers is where it can, sort of spur your thought process. Exton in Newtown Square and online at BenariJewelers.com. When it comes to honoring mom, Benari's showroom is absolutely amazing. Full of amazing gifts that will absolutely wow her. Well, how about a classic pair of diamond earrings? She's going to love those. A bracelet that she could wear every day, something that's part of her normal wardrobe of jewelry. You can get her a gemstone necklace, a pendant necklace, whatever it is. When it comes to honoring mom, Benari is your partner in Mother's Day shopping. And they've got 2 beautiful showrooms, Exton and Newtown Square. They're absolutely awesome. You want to celebrate mom. An eternity band may be a way to do it, too. That can say thank you to her over and over again. All the pieces are designed with absolute love and affection. And Benari Jewelers is going to make sure that mom knows every time she wears it, you love her. Online at BenariJewelers.com. Check them out in Newtown Square in Exton. And be sure to tell them John Kincade from the Fanatic sent you in.
The Dunks. 97.5, The Fanatic.
All right, before we get to today's headlines, I cannot wait to take this call because I don't know, Johnny, if you saw the video. Connor, I don't know if you saw the video. There was a video yesterday outside of the Xfinity Mobile Arena when the Penguins were walking in. Did you see the video of the Penguins player?
Yes, I did.
All right, so the Penguin players are walking in. You see Crosby, you see Letang, you see some of the other guys.
Sharp-dressed team.
And then all of a sudden you hear, Malkin, you suck. But it wasn't from a voice with bass. It was from a little kid. I love it.
You do?
I love that stuff. Yeah, come on, man. I was calling David Bell a bum when I was like 7 years old.
To like heckle a player,
Yeah.
you like
yes.
that?
Screw him.
Yes.
He's a Penguin.
He's going to do it in 10 years. Why not do it now? How about the father of the child was at the game and was with his children seeing Malkin get off the bus?
Oh, my gosh.
We got Sully in Newtown Square. What's
Sully's
up, Sully?
from Newtown Square?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Sul?
Dude,
Go Flyers.
What's up? Go
Oh, my
Flyers.
gosh.
Dude, let's start with the pregame. Like, I guess you guys just wanted to heckle a little bit. I love that.
Oh, yeah, we haven't been to a game in a while, so we got down there early trying to get to the block party, and we never even made it back there because as we walked up, we saw a couple of the Flyers coming in, so obviously they were yelling at those guys first. We chirped Jonesy as Jonesy came in. He parked his car all crooked, and the kids, yelled out to him that we hope we play better tonight than the way you park.
That's awesome.
And then he loved that. Jonesy was laughing on his way, and then we seen the Penguins bus pull up, and, they ran over. You can't even see down there anymore, and they were laying on the ground. I took a picture of them laying there as they chirped through, like, the cracks. But the second they laid down, they saw Malkin getting off, so he was the first one they got. Luckily, Crosby, Letang, and Carlson got in ahead of them, but, they may have lost their cool a little bit if they've seen them first.
I got to say this. Malkin was cool about it. Like when
that was great.
Dude,
He was really
his
funny.
reaction, I know we hate the Penguins, and I know that we hate those guys because they've been beating the Flyers for 20 years. His reaction to your kid saying, yo, Malkin, you suck, was actually awesome.
Yeah, they laughed immediately. They were like, he said, Dad. They're like, Dad. He was like, what? Like putting his hands up, like, why?
It was great. So what was it like inside the building last night, dude? You and your kids, you said you haven't been to a game. How old are your kids?
16, 14, 13.
Oh, okay. Wait a
dude.
minute. Wait a minute. That changes the whole story then.
Yeah.
He wasn't real.
Oh, okay. I thought this was.
I thought they were a little bit younger.
I
yeah.
thought they were younger. I had no problem with a kid that age saying that. Okay, they had no
13.
problem.
He could barely. It sounded like he was a little younger. He's basically sticking his mouth through the freaking fence.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know if you guys see down there. You can't even. You used to be able to.
Yes.
Look down there easily. You can't even barely see anything now. So
That's fantastic, though. Then okay, I have no problem.
So
with
what
that.
was the in-game experience like with all you guys? From start to finish, of course, the game winner.
Oh, it was great. These guys, my youngest son who, he said, Dad, watch us go there and then not score a goal. He said that the morning of. I was like, dude, I can see it being a close game. God, I hope that doesn't happen. And when we went through 3 periods, no scoring, the whole building was quiet. It didn't really feel like, a normal game where everybody's getting fired up. Like everybody was nervous, but hey, we got a lucky little muffin on net, went in. So
That's awesome.
Dude, that's great,
That's
man.
awesome.
I'm glad you got to experience that with your kids, Sully. That's awesome.
a great
Thanks for
family
calling
memory.
in.
It's a
Yeah, I
great
mean,
memory.
that's like, we all think about it. Like
That's
times
great.
in our
I thought that was a
childhood.
little kid.
Yeah, no, I thought it was too.
Because I was going to say to both of you, you're morons. If you think
Nah,
they're like
I'd be
if
all
Cooper
right.
if Cooper did that, that would be stupid.
He literally says that the Mets stink like trash.
Okay, that's different if he say that. But if you have your if your 4-year-old was out heckling, I would say bad parenting.
Yeah, you're late to the game. They should start it too.
Your teenager says something like that, I laugh. There's a difference. There is a big difference. Big difference.
Coops could be a heckler.
He's not going to be a heckler
Yeah, he
at
is.
4.
He already is.
He's not going to do
Love that.
is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's go.
jeez.
All right. Hey, don't talk about my parenting.
Come on, well,
Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
It's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. The Flyers, not the only overtime winners last night, or I guess technically, because this one was double overtime. The Vegas Golden Knights taking a 3-2 series lead in double OT in a great game.
20 seconds left on this Utah power play. Vegas off ice, an aggressive stance. Steal by Howden. Scores!
Brett Howden scoring the winner for them. Now, do you guys find yourself rooting at all for John Tortorella, having taken over there?
Yes, but Liv is upset because she's now rooting for her new hometown, Utah Mammoth.
To be honest, I'm kind of disappointed about that.
She's
Why is she now all of a sudden a Mammoth fan?
She was watching the Flyers last night, but she's watching the Flyers and then watching that. And then
you were Mr. Don't change your allegiances regardless of where you live.
She wants to fit into the party, but she was wearing her Flyers gear yesterday.
You're talking about I shouldn't let my son heckle.
No, she's 22. First of all, I don't tell my...
You were Mr. I went to Atlanta and I never changed my allegiances.
I never did. Well, she's still wearing her Flyers stuff in Utah yesterday.
Okay.
So she's doing her stuff, but she wants to fit into the party, too. So she's 3 blocks to the stadium. She'll be at the block party on, I guess, Saturday or Friday. Friday night is the next game.
It's just wild.
I'm rooting for Torts to kick ass.
Yeah, it's just wild that Torts is a game away from finding himself in the second round.
And he got hired, what, like a month ago?
Not even.
Like,
no, 8 games to go in the regular season. He didn't lose. Every game they got a point. He stepped into a team that was spiraling, the death spiral.
Yeah, look, he was done here. He didn't want to do the rebuild anymore. He goes to Vegas last minute, and look what's happening.
Well, good news. Rebuild's over. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Now, something that is over is Alexi Ramirez's baseball career. Now, that makes sense because he's 44 years old.
Yes.
But at 44 years old, he became the oldest player to ever play in the World Baseball Classic over the summer.
Yes,
People
he
are
did.
like, man, this is incredible. The longevity of this guy. Well, there's a very explainable reason.
Yes, there is.
He tested positive for 4 different types of anabolic steroids.
Oh, wow.
That's the World Baseball Classic.
I
news
respect
just coming
it.
out.
He did it for his country.
If you're over 40, you should be able to take steroids to play professional sports. You should.
I just remember Alexi Ramirez. I forget the guy's name. He's one of the best. The play-by-play guy for the White Sox.
Yeah, the Alexi.
Mark
Burley's perfect game.
It was Mark Burley's perfect game. He made the throw from shortstop and got the last out. And I'll always remember Alexi Ramirez for that and 4 different doses of anabolic steroids.
3 wasn't going to get it done. Needed the 4th.
I also believe that if something is legal under a doctor's prescription, players should be able to use them.
What, including steroids?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't know why. If something's legal, why somebody shouldn't be able to use it.
Well,
because it doesn't make
these guys are hitting the baseball 140 miles an hour. Going to kill somebody.
I don't have any evidence to back that up, but I've heard that. I don't have any evidence to back that up. But that's fine. And guys use steroids for a long time.
Yes,
and pitchers use steroids for a long time. I don't remember those rampant deaths.
So Jose Alvarado, Max Kepler, got Johan Rojas. You did nothing wrong,
No,
boys.
you can't cheat when there are rules in place. I believe the rules should be different. Is what I truly believe in sports. I believe the rules should be different.
Here's a rule we can all agree on. We'll round out with this. The Cincinnati Reds are playing the Colorado Rockies currently, and the Reds have a great in-park promotion where if they strike out 11 opposing batters, it's free pizza for everybody.
Wow.
But this one was a little bit more dramatic because
it's like the Frosty Freeze Out, the Brickin' for Chicken.
Yeah. This one came down to an ABS challenge.
Just missed. ABS challenge powered by T-Mobile. Stevenson's 1-1 tonight. Can he win pizza for those in the stands? The crowd ready to burst. That's a strike. Pizza for everybody.
Oh, how about that?
What a crowd pop there for an ABS challenge.
ABS for the pizza. I love that.
That's why it's a great rule. Helping the people out. Maybe the Phillies need to do that, and we'll give out pizza once a year.
All right, good job, Connor. All right, coming up next, look, the party continues. The party of celebration, the pregame party for tonight. Flyers win yesterday. Sixers hopefully force a Game 7 tonight. Coming up next, our man Andrew DeCecco in studio. It's Thursday, so Andrew will be with us for the rest of the show. But don't worry, Sixers-Flyers talk's not going away. You heard the montage of Game 6 earlier in the show. That was basically the Dan Vladar montage with one Cam York goal. I put Connor to the test, Johnny. I wanted a Flyers in 6 montage.
All right.
And he put one together. So we have this series-long montage to play for you coming up next to start the 8 o'clock hour. We'll talk more about tonight's Sixers game. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Vladar shuts out the Pens. I'm Connor Thomas. The Flyers won their series over the Penguins last night with an overtime game winner. 1-0 the final. Cam York, the goal scorer, and Dan Vladar, huge in net. 42 shots faced, 42 saves. Here's how the game winner sounded right here on the Fanatic.
Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime, and they're headed to the second round.
And that second round matchup will be the Carolina Hurricanes, who won the Metropolitan Division this year. No word yet on the start date for that series. We'll keep you updated. The Sixers have their own Game 6 task tonight. They're taking on the Boston Celtics, trying to extend the series to a Game 7. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. from South Philly. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. And the Phillies got rained out yesterday against the Giants, so they'll play a doubleheader today. Game 1's at 12:35. Sanchez faces off against Logan Webb. Game 2 at 5:35. The starters have not yet been announced, but we're announcing that Andrew DeCecco is joining us next. Kevin Kurz will join us at 9:05. Jim Jackson at 9:30, and plenty of great Flyers talk in between. This update is brought to you by Papa John's. They're turning up the heat with your choice of 3 new oven-toasted sandwiches, just $7.99 each or $6.99 with Papa pairings. Order today at papajohns.com, on the app, or stop by your local Papa John's. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
It's time for Fanatic Parlay Cash.
Yeah, let's give away $1,000. Why not? Fanatic Parlay Cash stood up by Dr. Avedon Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. Today's keyword is cash. Let's try to win cash by texting the word cash to the special contest short code 45911, or you can enter it on the Fanatic app or 975thefanatic.com. Cash, C-A-S-H. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Contest rules at 975thefanatic.com. Shout out to Dr. Avedon of Pell and Iron Mountain Men's Health. 5 chances to win each day. 8 o'clock right now, of course, and then 10, 12, 3, and 5. Good luck.
Now back to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
And it is 8:02 on this celebratory Thursday. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, celebrating the Flyers' win last night, getting you hyped up for Sixers-Celtics Game 6 tonight. And, of course, now in studio for the rest of the show, our man Andrew the Checo joins us. And when Andrew walks in, John goes, "Hey, man, how you doing?" "Great. Rookie minicamp starting May 1st.
I said, "You mean tomorrow?" Tomorrow?
I love you, dude. You're just like, "Yeah, great, man. Rookie minicamp."
I go to next on the schedule, man. I'm ready.
Life is great.
What's up
I
next?
got rookie minicamp. So we're going to talk Eagles with you, obviously, but Flyers Sixers talk has been carrying the show. So let's talk Flyers first. I mean, last night you watched the Xfinity Mobile Arena. We saw the rebirth of Flyers fandom Game 3, much like we saw it with the Phillies in 2022. Game 3, Rhys Hoskins bat spike. But then games 4 and 5 don't go our way, so they have to come back. And last night, when you saw that goal from Cam York and the crowd pop, and there was the one highlight, which was great, the popcorn flying in the air.
Awesome.
Like, we had a great voice memo just from our man Dan that says this isn't like an Eagle city or a Philly city. It's a sports city. And you saw that last night.
Yeah, it was pure elation, I guess is the word that I would use to describe it. And it really underscores the poise and the resilience of that team. Because, as you mentioned, the last 2 games didn't go their way. It was ugly yesterday, and they found a way to make it work. And Dan Vladar, what more can you say about what he did? That was a tremendous performance by him. And yeah, I mean, they have. Look, it's going to be a tough series coming up here. There's no way of getting around it. But I believe that they have a DNA that conjures a lot of intrigue and excitement moving forward about what they could potentially do.
Do you see DNA between traveling like sort of sport to sport? Like this Flyers team, young, upstart, hungry. Could you see that same sort of similar thing with a football team, or is there just too many players?
I think there's too many players, whereas it's unique in hockey and basketball as well, where you're able to bottle up that energy and that youth. It's almost like they don't know any different.
Right.
All they know is what they've just accomplished, and you're able to build on that, I believe. Whereas when you have a 53-man roster, or if you expand that, including practice squad, everybody processes and handles things differently. But it's a little bit more unique when the rosters are a little bit more compressed.
We had Bush on before the series started. And he was like, "Look, this team," and he said it in a lovely way, "might be dumb and naive enough to win this series because they don't know any better," to what you just said. Dumb and naive is how I live my life, which is why I'm a very happy man.
And successful.
So when Bush said that, I was like, I totally get what he's saying, because that's how I live my life. Dumb and naive, bury my head in the sand. The Flyers players, he basically said, this is why they could win the series, is because they don't really know the magnitude of it. Now, we got the sense that they got tight yesterday.
I think they did.
I think they got tight, and that's why the game played out the way it did. But when Cam York scores the goal, not only do you see the exhale of emotions from the fans, you literally see it from Cam York. He's throwing his damn stick over the glass into the stands. Do we have the Kenny Albert call, Connor? We've played the Tim Saunders call multiple times, the game winner, which was fantastic. Jim Jackson, who's going to join us at 9:30, his call was awesome. But how about this from TNT, the national broadcast last night?
Flyers control the faceoff. Shot from long range, score! The Flyers win it! Cam York beating the Sealoves in overtime. The Philadelphia Flyers will move on and face the Carolina Hurricanes.
I love him at hockey. He does a fine job calling football games, but I think Kenny's a great hockey play-by-play.
Great job.
Yeah, so it was awesome. You hear that crowd pop, it was just wonderful. All right. Speaking of that game-winning goal, Andrew, I put Connor Thomas to the test. Do you think he would be able to ace any test?
I have a lot of confidence in Connor.
I do, too.
I think he's a sharp guy.
I do, too.
Appreciate y'all.
Earlier in the show, we did the Game 6 montage, which was basically the Dan Vladar montage because he had 42 saves last night.
Oh, my God.
And then the Cam York goal that ended it. But I said, you know what, Connor? Can we have the Flyers in 6 montage? And he said, I got you, fam. Here it is.
Here's Porter Martone. He's got a man going to the net. Martone spins into the right wing circle. Looks at the net with a shot. He scores! Oh, Porter Martone! The kid does it again in his first playoff game. And Martone has given the Flyers a 2-goal lead with just over 2.5 minutes to play. At the left point, Malkin looking, gives it up. Penguins in front. Saved by Vladar. It's in the corner. Pittsburgh in front. They can't do it. The Flyers pick it up and clear. And the Flyers win for the 12th time in their last 14 road games. These upstart Flyers surprised by many to be here. The Flyers don't get that. There shouldn't be any surprise. They've been one of the best teams at the end of the season, and they win game 1 on the road 3-2. On the faceoff, far circle of the Philadelphia end. Again, Couturier this time can't win it. Pittsburgh does. Eric Carlson shoots one that hit a body, went to the far corner. Glove there by Sanheim. He couldn't clear on the backhand, but the Flyers get into Couturier. They break out onto the ice. 2-on-1. Couturier gets it in front. Here's Luke Glendening with the empty net. He scores, and the Flyers are going to pull up with a 3-0 lead over the Penguins with just over 2 minutes to play. And the Flyers are going to come out of Pittsburgh with 2 hard-fought wins in the first 2 games of this series. Middle point, Drysdale shot, deflected right down the loose puck and dish right back into him by Porter Martone. Martone will feed to Drysdale. Secrets with a one-timer. He scores! The power play goal by Trevor Secrets. Now you want to see a building go wild. The Flyers have tied the game. Novak on the near half wall. Pressure, Tippett shoveled at the center. Tippett's going to get to it. Looking at the empty net. He scores! Oh, and Tippett ices it. Puts it into the empty goal. And the Flyers are going to win game 3 and take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Back for that, the first one there. A centering pass, man's on the backhand. Vladar tracks the right pad, gets it covered. No whistle yet. It's still loose. And the Penguins trying to knock that puck in, blow it down. It's in behind the Flyer netminder, but stays out. And the referee apparently didn't lose sight of it. How the hell that's possible, I don't know. But he let the play continue for a long time before he blows it dead. Flyers win the faceoff. Here's Cam York again. Over the back by Mishkov. Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime. And they're headed to the second round. Cates was out in front. And the Flyers start the party in South Philadelphia as they send the Pittsburgh Penguins packing in overtime.
Great job, Connor. I knew he could pull through. I knew he could do it. That, of course, the song Knock Knock by Mac Miller, which I thought was really cool. They played it during the handshake line, or after they were done doing the handshakes. They started playing at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. That was the win song for the Flyers during that wonderful Cup run in 2010. So I thought that was a nice little homage to that run.
Also, Mac Miller, notably from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yes, he is he's from Pittsburgh.
Screw those Penguins.
Yes. Exactly. All right, so let's check the Davis on the text line. Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Looking for some Sixers excitement as well. I'm curious, Johnny, at the bottom of the hour, we will ask Andrew DeCecco how he goes into tonight's game, because Andrew DeCecco is very straight to the point and you're analytical.
I've never known that about him.
So I wonder what your vibes will be like going into this Sixers game, because I'm just trying to put my inner childhood out there today. What do we got on the text line?
Josh in Collegeville checks in, says one word for this Flyers team: resilient. Get knocked down, dust themselves off, come back stronger. They're playing with house money, and whatever happens the rest of the way, I consider this season a success.
I mean, that's the best part. This
season is a huge success.
Like, we've reached a point of we are happy, and I understand if they lost the series when they were up 3-0.
That would have been a disastrous finale.
It would have been horrible.
But it still would have been great experience.
Right, but nobody would want to really have that conversation.
No.
I don't want to say whatever happens, but, whatever happens in this next series, like, I'm proud of this group, and it makes you so excited for the future, and that's a great spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, and there's certainly a lot to build off of from what they just experienced, and you can grow from that. So I'm not a fan of the term house money, personally. I think that's overused. But there's a confidence there that's really palpable when you watch this Flyers team, and they play with such a toughness and tenacity that other teams are going to have to match because they're not going to take any game lying down or for granted.
Well,
so
look,
that's a scary combination.
They don't want to hear house money because they think that they are up to the test. And let's go. Let's see what happens. But I get why we say it. Like, nobody's going to expect the Flyers to win the series. All right? So sometimes that makes you dangerous. I don't want to do the hungry dogs run faster, but, like, sometimes
dogs run faster.
That makes you dangerous when everybody thinks you have no chance, and then you go out there and you steal one on the road. That's been the recipe.
They're going to do that, by the way.
You've already predicted it.
Yeah, they're going to do it in Carolina.
That would be nice.
Carolina with the layoff, I think the Flyers will get one of the first two. Now, that Carolina team is distinctly better than Pittsburgh. Distinctly.
Well, so are the Flyers.
Damn right.
Well, not last night. They were not, but they won the game.
Scoreboard.
By the way,
that's what matters.
We didn't talk about this. So, as we've been going through the emotions of yesterday's game, because a lot of it was like your heart was beating out of your chest because you're like, oh my God, please don't tell me they're going to lose this game. Tommy Novak in front of the net pulls a Ben Simmons against the Atlanta Hawks, passing up the shot.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I don't know. That was late in the third period, too, when it was 0-0. And,
oh, my gosh, it was right there.
And the Flyers were not getting good. We talked about the Flyers not getting many good looks in overtime. They didn't get many good looks in the third period either. I don't know what happened. He, like, glitched. It was like his controller died.
Well, you're at you're tight.
Yeah.
You're tight. You're playing tight. The Flyers played tight last night.
They did.
The Flyers were playing. They handled the puck in their own zone, getting out of their own zone last night. They handled it like a grenade, like a live grenade, and they looked very undisciplined, no poise. They are very. They're not lucky they won, but they're lucky Dan Vladar played his ass off.
Yeah,
because they were not the Flyers were not the better team last night. They were absolutely not the better team.
Andrew Filippone.
But it doesn't matter.
Andrew Filippone agrees with you.
He's right on that point, but the better team doesn't always win in hockey because the better goalie can help your team to win.
How was he? How was he on social media yesterday?
Oh, Pony is in a little bit of a death spiral.
I thought he quit,
and I am not. He did for an hour. He did, but I've been a little relentless with him too. I know I'm going to get a text at some point telling me to, in colorful terms.
He put out a tweet last night at 11 o'clock. Sometimes, again, we don't realize that we have it pretty good here. Pirates' last playoff win, 2013. Steelers' last playoff win, 2016. Penguins' last playoff series win, 2018. Man, got a feel for him, right?
Yeah, it's been a drought. I don't. What's he looking for in the comments? Hang in there.
Screw Pittsburgh.
Screw
Pittsburgh.
What kind of comments is he looking for there?
I'm not sure many. I wouldn't shake hands with these goons was one of his tweets yesterday after the Flyers won the game last night. He put out a better team loss tweet. I hope this isn't the last time we see Sid and Gino together on the ice. A Penguins season ending at the hands of the Flyers undoes all the good from the regular season. There's nothing worse. He was very emotional yesterday. Maybe we should have him on again soon just to check in on him.
I think we might. Yeah,
we do a crisis check-in, see if Andrew Filippone's good?
We should, as long as all the sharp objects have been removed from his house, except all of his Manscaped stuff, because he's a big manscaper. So he's all that.
How'd you know that?
I know that about
he's
him.
very man. I know the Pony. He's a good buddy of mine. He's a good dude, real nice guy, and he's very manscaped. So he cares about that stuff.
Yeah, so there you go, Andrew.
There you go.
Snapple cap fact.
So there you go. See, you got it now on the Pony. He cares about that stuff.
Love that. All right, what do we got on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference by checking them out in Burlington.
Yeah, so Flyers fever is far-reaching at this point with the first series victory in the postseason. Travis in Indiana says he's all fired up, go Flyers, and he wants us to give him the horn.
Yeah, horn me up, man. Let's go. Horn me up. If we don't hear that 100 more times before we get out of here, this show was a disappointment.
I'll just keep it on loop if you want.
Yeah, Van Halen. Yeah, oh yeah.
I love that, man.
You're never going to get a complaint from the man.
Yo, you're fine with that one.
Are you kidding me?
I haven't seen you smile that much since day 3 of the NFL draft.
You know who else likes Eddie Van Halen, and or who like that's an influence? Eli Stowers. He plays guitar.
That's right.
See that? Now there's a Snapple Cat fan.
I saw your when did you interview him? It was before the draft?
Yeah, early April, late March, something like that.
Yeah, he seems like a great kid, man. When we had Jordan Matthews on the other day, like, remember when we had VJ on and we fell in love with him that day?
Oh, my gosh.
I haven't even spoken with Eli Stowers, but hearing it through Jordan Matthews, I fell in love with the kid. Like, it was fantastic. And I know you're chomping at the bit to watch them all play out there. Mini camp starts, tomorrow?
Yeah.
Uar Bernard. Like, what do you expect in mini camp out of Uar Bernard?
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to just seeing him out there on a football field.
Yeah.
And I think expectations should obviously be tempered. It's going to take, in all likelihood, a few years for him to really.
In case people don't know who that is, it was the international player that the Eagles selected. He was out of Nigeria.
21 years old, never played football before, just freakish athleticism, 6'4.5", 306, runs a 4.63,
6% body fat,
39-inch vertical, and at least the expectation right now is that he's going to start at defensive tackle. But with that kind of athleticism, you could probably find some creative ways in how to utilize.
Well, guys never played football before. Teach him whatever position you want.
Yeah, he's a blank canvas, and I think what also is pretty cool is that Joshua Weaver, the second-rated IPP player who has a good friendship there with UR, the Eagles are signing him as an undrafted free agent.
How are they?
He's from Kenya, so they'll have that to kind of go through together and experience everything.
Yeah, I love that, dude. The breakdown for man to the
and
check.
no notes.
And he projects to be an edge rusher.
I love that.
He's about 244, I think.
You had a overall positivity to draft weekend to you, correct?
Yeah, I think you have to feel pretty good about where the Eagles are, John. Look, they identified a starting wide receiver who I believe is going to be a really nice fit, and what we're expecting is, a Sean Mannion offense. Eli Stowers, I believe that his role is really going to accelerate in 2027, but he is such a unique athlete that you could utilize him this year, create mismatches and things like that. Markel Bell, developmental tackle, I think at 21 years old, still a little bit more on the developmental side. He has a lot of upside, at least theoretically. And then you take some swings on day 3. Cole Wisniewski, the safety out of Texas Tech, he has the clearest path, or maybe Micah Morris, the guard from Georgia. But right now, looking at the safety room, Cole Wisniewski is going to have an opportunity to make the roster if he's able to really check off a lot of boxes on special teams.
I know the Eagles went to a Super Bowl with an undrafted free agent at safety.
Are you surprised Morris was there when he was on the board where he got drafted? Because I
little
was.
bit. Yeah,
I was.
a little
I
bit.
thought he'd be gone by then.
Yeah, me too. And there's always reasons why players fall, but he seems like a great kid just listening to him on the Zoom call. Really good measurables, athletic, played at Georgia. There's a lot to like there. And then it's up to him and Chris Cooper, the Eagles' new offensive line coach, and maximizing that and taking that development to the next level.
Dude, Lemon and Stowers, man. It's gonna be
And how about,
awesome.
too, Howie being very, very – he was going up the board. He was trying to get up the board for Lemon, like aggressively trying to get up to he was trying to get to 13. He's trying to get to 15. He's trying to get to 16. He was trying to get Lemon.
Yeah. By the way,
and he's now open about that. Like, I was trying to get the guy a lot earlier.
All right, I can't believe I'm going to put this out there.
What?
Whatever first bar in Philadelphia creates a lemon sour cocktail. Lemon sour.
Well, there are
Why
already
did you
lemon
not
drops.
trademark
There are
that?
already lemon drops that are being, marketed.
All right.
At one of the, I saw a bar on my social media that's
So you-
having an Eagles lemon drop.
I don't really want to do lemon
I don't-
drops.
who wants a
I
lemon
feel
drop?
like that's a
That's what I
bad
said.
message.
Dude,
That's what I said.
Yeah, do the lemon stout.
That's what
the lemon
Connor-
sour.
Well, we should also add that you have to feel good about the draft because it also includes Jonathan Grenard and
There you
Dontavian
go.
Wicks.
Hell yeah, man.
That's what I wanted to add to that because both players cost draft picks, and they're going to play prominent roles on the 2026 Eagles. Jonathan Grenard, at least on paper, that's a home run.
You didn't want to talk about lemon stouers?
Lemon what?
No.
You didn't want to talk about cocktails?
Yeah, so Jonathan Grenard, in 2023 and 2024 combined, 24 and a half sacks, played in 12 games last season, had the injury, but this is a very accomplished pass rusher. I think he's one of the more underrated, under-discussed pass rushers in the league. Just a really quality football player, and I can't wait to see how he fits in.
I'm
this
disappointed
defense.
in you because I literally had a Jonathan Grenard segment on the show sheet.
Well,
Yeah,
still,
but
though,
I
you
think-
know that. No, it's still, there's plenty more on Jonathan Grenard because there's a lot more questions than just that. A lot more questions than just that.
You're the best. All right, coming up next.
And he
Sixers.
doesn't drink. This man will never drink a lemon drop.
No, that's not
in his
happening.
life.
I can assure you
Sixers
that.
talk.
I know that.
Sixers game 6. Does Andrew DeCecco put all analysis to the side and just say, screw it, let's go Sixers? We want to hear from you because we know that after they won yesterday, we got a couple of texts that just said, well, it's just delaying. Why? Go into tonight like a damn child. Just be a fan. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I know that I love the BetParks app. And yes, the BetParks app paid off twice for me last night. It paid off for me on the series bet, and then it paid off on me on the Flyers winning in 6. So live betting on daytime baseball and Philly basketball might be on your play sheet today on the online casino and sportsbook app that I trust, the BetParks app. It's so awesome. We got baseball doubleheader today with San Fran. First pitch, 12:35. Christopher Sanchez on the mound. You can bet more than the score. Bet individual player performances. I'm expecting a sweep today. Do you bet that? Do you bet both of them to work out? And then tonight, Game 6, a 6-point home dog tonight down at the Exmo Arena. You can bet individual player points, assists, rebounds, and more. It's time to make your downtime fun time. Play on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. There's always other ways to win, too. You got casino games on there, too. You can play all your favorite casino games for real money. Hundreds of hot online slots like Huff and Real Puff and Huff and Puff Money Mansion, Triple Cash Eruption, and more. Get in. You got to be 21, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. But 2 baseball games and a playoff basketball game 6 tonight, all down at the complex. Get in on it. See betparks.com and get all the details. Hey, if you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What a way to win a series. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Flyers found a dramatic victory in Game 6 over the Penguins to send them packing 1-0 the final. Cam York scored the winner with 2:28 left in overtime. And Dan Vladar, the true hero, stopping all 42 shots he faced in net. He talked about it after the game.
I mean, I'm a dreamer, so obviously I pictured just the best things. But since day one, I really felt that we can do something special here, and I can assure that we are not done yet.
No, they are not done yet. They'll take on the Carolina Hurricanes in round 2. No word yet on the start date for that series. We'll keep you updated. Sixers have their own Game 6 issues tonight with Boston. They got to extend the series, so they've got to find a win, too. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. from South Philadelphia. That game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Phillies, their Game 2 against the Giants last night was rained out. They'll play a doubleheader today. Game 1 at 12:35, Game 2 at 5:35, both from the bank. Andrew DeCecco remains with us for the remainder of the show. Kevin Kurz, who covers the Flyers for The Athletic, joins us at 9:05. And Jim Jackson, who was on the call for last night's game for NBC Sports Philadelphia, joins us at 9:30. This update is brought to you by Monster Pets, the official pet retail store of the Fanatic. Find all your pets' favorites at Monster Pets on Christopher Columbus Boulevard. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
It is 8:32 here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. Send in your Flyers voice memos, especially if you were there last night. We had a couple people call in that were there. You can do that as well. Want to get your, first-hand account experience that you had last night, 610-632-0975. We're also talking Sixers-Celtics Game 6 tonight. We'll get Andrew's thoughts on that in a second. But, Johnny, you got something on the Flyers.
Yeah,
is that
just
right?
think, a lot of people are asking when will the Flyers-Carolina begin. Just so you know, tonight, watch the Anaheim, Edmonton, and Minnesota, Dallas Game 6s. Anaheim and Minnesota are at home, trying to close out their series, just like the Flyers did last night. They're at home. They're both up 3-2. If Anaheim and Minnesota win, then no games will be scheduled in the NHL for Saturday. So you could expect the Flyers in Carolina to begin Saturday because there is a national TV slot to fill.
Yeah, they don't want to miss out on that.
There is a national TV slot that needs to be filled. So you can expect that one of those slots is going to be filled with a Flyers game on Saturday.
So what you're saying is we avoided the doomsday Game 7 with the win yesterday.
Correct.
But we might have a Game 1 Game 7
We could have
Saturday.
a Game 1 Game 7. Now, here's what I'm also going to tell you. Did you realize the Flyers-Penguins, 3 of their 6 games set playoff cable records?
Hell yeah, man.
Game 5, Monday night, the most viewed first-round Stanley Cup playoff game ever.
Oh, dude, really?
Yes. Flyers-Penguins, the most viewed first-round playoff game ever.
Well, you know what helps? You have Philadelphia market that people love.
Penguin Stars.
The Penguin Stars. And, oh, by the way, it was on a TV channel.
And
because tonight's Sixers game is on Peacock.
Oh,
well,
man.
you can catch Days of Our Lives on that, so a lot of people do that. But
This is another I don't have Peacock moment, so I'm going to have to figure out
Wait
a
a
way
minute.
to watch the freaking game.
Someone may have a login for you.
Yeah.
Someone may have a login.
Or you may have to watch it out.
It's just like what do we like? Adam
Yeah, but
Sil-
it's an 8. It's
Adam
tonight's
Silver's
8.
a
Why
Right?
would you? Well, yeah. Why would you want to do that?
And it's 8. No, 8 is just tough at 4.
Yeah, 4 o'clock in the
8,
morning.
and
four,
the N- and the-
4-year-olds.
And the NBA games
You know.
just tend
Yeah,
to.
you don't want to do that.
Yeah,
You shouldn't have to do that.
I was thinking more 4 in the morning.
Yeah,
but 4-year-old.
Well, both.
4-year-old is the
Both
whole
fours.
other.
I just like what are we doing here? At the Peacock only. Like Adam Silver, you're an idiot. Like you are. Like that's such a stupid thing to do. Like you're taking away. Look, you're getting viewership totals, and it's Sixers Celtics Game 6. Put it on NBC. Put it on ESPN. Put it on Peacock. Sorry, I sound like an old man. All right.
Yeah,
I'm serious. The whole Peacock thing, stop it. Like,
dumb.
stop it. It's not that hard.
That's
It's
dumb.
not that hard.
I don't have a subscription to it.
Pop up.
dude. I
Pop
don't
up.
have a subscription. I'm
It's
not
not
paying
hard.
for one day.
It's not that hard.
All right,
Have
Andrew.
you ever done it before? Because I believe
Just
there's
get yourself a trial.
right.
Okay.
It's not that hard.
And then I'm going to have to do it for round 2 when the Sixers win in 7.
Just be mindful when the trial expires, or don't make
so
sure that
I
they
don't
take
get
that
charged
out of your
for it. All right, Andrew, you're a very analytical person. You're very, I call it like I see it. And I was doing that with the Sixers. I thought the Sixers were going to lose this series in 4 games. I really did. And it wasn't like a radio bit. Like I was down. I was a different person. Sixers have forced a Game 6. I'm now at the point where I'm letting 7-year-old Andrew Salciunas come out, where it's Sixers-Lakers. They were down 3-1 in that series. I didn't care. Sixers are still going to win, Dad. Dad, the Sixers are still going to win the NBA Finals. All right, kiddo, pat me on the head.
Yeah, you're like, it could happen, like the kid from My Angels in the Outfield.
Yeah. Dikembe's going to slow down Shaq. Like, we got this. I believe. I'm doing that tonight. Screw it. How are you going to go into tonight's game?
Well, I'm a big believer, whether it be life or sports. If a person shows you who they are, believe them. And we've seen this Sixers team this season, and prior to that, we have an idea of who and what they are. So with that, you should naturally be cautiously optimistic. But the heart that this team has shown this series to claw their way back, I think that warrants full support from those watching the game. Because I mean, it's not. It would have been so easy, guys, for them to kind of pack it in last game and look towards their offseason. But they clawed their way to a win, and they're still alive. And until the season's over, I think that there should be there should be optimism. Now, that's how I watch it from an outside perspective, but I understand if there's some apprehension and some skepticism, but look, they are where they got here.
Can you say 3 words for me to Connor?
What's that?
Can you say play the song to Connor?
Could you play the song, Connor?
Dude, I love that. Andy DeCecco's fired up for it.
I love it.
Why not, dude? Like, why not? Screw it. It's Game 6. If they lose, we'll talk about all the changes that they need to make. Do you trade Joel Embiid? Do you trade Paul George? Do you fire Nick Nurse? Do you fire Daryl Morey?
Yeah, worry about that later.
Exactly.
But if they win tonight, dude, like, I think back to that texter that we had yesterday. And, Connor, I don't know if you have it available. I doubt that you do. But that guy texted in yesterday, and he was like, the Sixers only won because the Celtics missed 15 straight shots to close out the game. And, like, you're not wrong, but you don't say it. Like
it's not the time for it.
No, it's not.
And I love the fact that, there's one thing that you can get. And a few times in conversations over the years, even about sports or whatever, Mr. DeCecco has reminded me, John, in a way, my feet are in today. I'll have that conversation with you, but my feet are in today.
Yeah.
Like I'm sort of focused on this right now, not that. And it's
you got to be present. You got to be present.
It's a reminder. Yeah, it's a reminder to do that.
And look, I can also, regardless of how I felt going into this series, realize that before Embiid had the appendectomy, like what else is new? That there was something weird happened. That this team was playing at a very high level. Paul George was playing like the guy that Daryl Morey thought he acquired. I know the suspension was a weird thing that happened this year. But he was coming back. He was scoring like 25 points a night. Maxey was getting his. Edgecombe was filling his role. Embiid was incredible. And then the appendectomy happens, and all hell breaks loose. And then his first game back, you're like sad watching. You're like, oh God, he looks horrible. I give him so much credit for being out there, but what are you doing to yourself, man? And then Game 5 happens, and you remember.
It's awesome.
You remember. Oh yeah, this team was playing at a really high level. Not even a month ago. So I can see it happening.
It's a volatile group. Things have to go just right. They have to be meshing at the right time. For right now, they are. It kind of reminds me of when you're growing up and you have that old TV with the rabbit ear antennas, and you're doing whatever you can for it to be into focus. And then when you finally have it, you're like, just keep it there. Just do what you're doing. Just do what you're doing.
And the Sixers will be wearing the black jerseys tonight, so it will make it feel like that even more today.
Okay, does he remember that?
What's that?
Did you ever do that?
I had a 13-inch TV. My 2 uncles bought me a 13-inch TV for my bedroom for my birthday.
So you did
and
maneuver.
It had antennas. And, dude, my mom wanted to kill them both.
Because you were sitting in your room all the time?
And it had 5 channels on it, 3, 6, and 10, and then like 2 other.
You had 12.
The Ion Network, something
and
random.
You had 48.
And
channel 48 was Hawaii 5-0, yeah.
29, 17.
And the beauty was
57.
57,
Channel 10, Sunday Night Football. The amount of times my mom would turn off the lights and go to bed, and then I'd hear the footsteps. I have to turn it off real quick. And then I still remember when they got rid of the antenna network, there was a guy that just said, your TV is no longer, like it was a channel that just kept on rotating, like this TV no longer works. What are you doing? Go buy a new one.
Really?
Yeah.
But it's very delicate, so like you need the right touch for the focus.
Absolutely.
Oh no,
and it kind of that was just my analogy here. It's like, okay, just do what you just did.
But don't touch anything.
Right.
Don't touch anything.
Damn right.
Don't do anything drastic.
All right, coming up next, we'll get more of your reactions. Sixers, Flyers. Flyers victory. They move on. Sixers hoping to force a Game 7, which would be Saturday. Like, let's go, dude. I'm getting giddy here. I'm ready for pain. I'm getting giddy here. But also, Jonathan Grenard. Who is he here? He was a former back-to-back double-digit sack guy. Last year was not the same. Does he need to be? Is that what the Eagles are looking for? We'll get Andrew's thoughts on that coming up next as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And look, I can't wait to watch Jonathan Grenard in person. Might be in South Philly. Might also be in Nashville.
Damn.
Andrew Salciunas here from 97.5 The Fanatic. I got something really, really cool to talk about. Birds fans, do you want to go to Nashville? I mean, it's a great place to go regardless, right? But you get to go watch the Birds play with a sea of Birds fans. Philly Sports Trips, they know what the hell they're doing. Congratulations to my man Vince and that team at Philly Sports Trips. It all started with Vince by himself. He's built a team over the years. This will be their 10th season setting up travel packages for you to watch your favorite team play all over the country. Trust me, this is the way to go because it's more than just a game. We're talking round-trip travel. We're talking about hotel, game tickets, exclusive fan experience, and a full-on Philly takeover of Nashville. You pay Vince, Vince has the rest of the thing covered. If you've ever wanted to roll into an away game with a crew of diehard Birds fans and turn it into a full weekend experience, this is it. Now, look, the official schedule drop has not happened yet. It happens in the month of May. But these spots are going to go fast, especially when people know exactly the date. So why not jump in now? This is your chance to get ahead of it. Save your spot today by making a deposit at phillysportstrips.com. That's phillysportstrips.com. Start planning. Grab your crew. Check out all the details now at phillysportstrips.com. And get ready because Nashville is going to be seeing a whole lot of green this season.
Got something to say about Philly sports?
Text us
Salciunas, Philly Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
I am in love with our YouTube chat right now because they're going through a do it for, and it's just a list of old Sixers names, like win game 6-4.
Kenny Thomas.
I've not seen Kenny Thomas yet. The first one I saw was Jaleel Okafor by Dawood, which is a hell of a choice to start off. But we've seen Rocco, we've seen Kyle Korver, we've seen Furkan, Ersan Ilyasova, TJ McConnell, Andre Miller. I loved him. Boban.
Marco Bellinelli. Come on.
No Marco Bellinelli yet, but we did get from Dawood, a Willie Green. I love Willie Green.
Willie Green and Kyle Korver, same draft.
That's a great call. Man.
Yeah, maybe no Marco today, considering the series that he took a big part in. He hit the confetti shot.
Yeah, whatever.
At
do
home.
it. Yeah, but do it for Marco.
Bad vibes.
The confetti shot.
We got to do it for
So
Kenny Thomas.
embarrassing.
There you go.
So embarrassing.
Keith Van Horn.
In a series of embarrassing.
Sharon Wright.
Derek Coleman.
Yeah, the DC rhymes with 3, dude. I remember that was Mark Zumov's call anytime he hit a 3-pointer. DC rhymes with 3. Like this is why I love this team, and it's why I was so bummed out going into the playoffs. But I'm back, Johnny. You got me back.
No. It's like what pisses me off is when someone brings me to like something and then they leave. Like, you get me into something, like someone brings you, hey, can you come to this like thing? It's like, yeah. And they're like, oh, well, I can't make it. Or they leave. Then I feel like, dude, what are you doing here? Oh. You bring me to the Sixers party even more. You get me into the more. And then you like crap out right before the playoffs.
You guys woken up the beast.
Good.
You guys awoke the beast, dude.
Good. I'm glad because it's going to be a really great run. It's going to be a lot. It's already been a great run. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It has, man. Hell
yeah. It'll be a lot of fun.
All right. Before we talk about Grenard, let's go to, I don't know if it's Poe or Pio from Reading. Poe?
Yeah, it's Poe.
What's up, Poe?
How you
What's
guys
up,
doing?
Poe?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Listen. I'm not a big hockey fan, but I thought, was it around 7:00 last night? I'm going to put on the Flyers game because I'm a big Sixers fan and I want to get amped up. I just want to see the city go crazy. And when that goal was scored, again, I'm not a big hockey guy, but I was pumping my fist. I was fired up.
That's awesome. It's captivating, isn't it? Like, I get it. Hockey's not a sport that a lot of people, unless you played street hockey, but a lot of people weren't getting on the ice. So I understand that at times hockey is a sport that's hard for people to relate to because more people have probably played basketball. Right. More people have probably played baseball.
Absolutely.
It's easier. It's the ice time and the costs and like who has ice in their backyard. They don't. So I get it. But man, once you lock in and you realize that it's Philadelphia that you're supporting, you can just have a good time, man.
And let me tell you this. So I got a lot of friends in Boston. I got a lot of friends. And if all I have to say is if they win this series, if the Sixers win this series, because I haven't talked anything. I have not said a word. It's like one of those really high tension moments.
Good strategy.
Right now. And you have to, because the moment you talk, you're like, all right, something's going to happen. Something is going to curse this team. They've been cursed for years since I started watching basketball. And man, I just hope they do it. Just do it for Embiid. Just give us one win.
Dude, I would love it. You force a game 7 and then we're watching Saturday. Thanks for the call,
Here's
brother.
what I'd say is, though, not do it for Embiid. Embiid, do it.
Sure.
Not Embiid, do it for Embiid. Embiid, do it.
I have a better one. How about do it for the city of Philadelphia that's gone through painful ending after painful ending after painful ending?
Yeah.
I was curious what he had on Markel Bell. I saw that.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I have a question for you that someone wanted me to ask you. Can I ask it quickly?
Yeah.
In my notes here, somebody says, ask Andrew. Hold on a second here. Does the let's get it here. Ask Andrew, does he like any of the undrafted free agents that the Eagles signed?
Yeah, unless it's reported by the agent and until the Eagles put it out or until we're there at rookie minicamp and we see the roster, I always I don't really write about it. I don't necessarily talk about it. But Rocco Underwood, the long snapper from Florida, is a name that has been reported by the agent. And the Eagles didn't have a long snapper on the roster. So I think that's a good sign of a player who, at least right now on the surface, has an opportunity to make the roster. And, unless he falls short or, falters in training camp, it seems like he'll be he'll be in a good position to make the roster.
The best thing about that just now is you could have completely made up the name Rocco Underwood, and I'm like, yeah, brother, good. I love your analysis.
I got a little cousin Rocco. I love the Rocco.
Rocco Underwood's not a real person.
Rocco,
that guy doesn't exist.
It's such a great name, though. It's such a great name, and
but the reason why I abide by that is because sometimes you'll see, well, they agreed, but then they go to another team instead, and
Right.
you know what I mean? Like if another team offers more money and things like that. But until it's concrete and etched in stone, or reported by their representatives.
Dude, I say this respectfully. Rocco Underwood looks like a long snapper. He's got like a block head.
Good.
He looks like.
Oh yeah,
dude. He's.
Well, if you remember when I was on with you guys during the draft, I was mentioning the Eagles interested in different long snappers in college. Spencer Triplett from North Carolina. They were at his pro day. I mentioned Garrison. I'm drawing a blank on his name, but BYU long snapper Michael Clay was in attendance for his pro day. And Tyler Tuzansky, the long snapper from Penn State, was at the local day. So they definitely were looking at some of the younger long snappers coming into the NFL this year.
I love that you're just breaking down long snappers for us, man. By the way, did you shed a tear? Your boy went to Buffalo, Ben Van Sumeren.
Great story, and he gets another opportunity.
Right?
Two season-ending injuries, gruesome injuries.
Horrible ones, yeah.
Beat the timeline to return both times, which I think really highlights his commitment and dedication to the recovery process. And I'm curious to see what he's able to do in Buffalo. It looks like there's already a fullback there who'll have to be in a roster battle. But, this is, when healthy, one of the best special teamers in the league and a first-class person. So I'll be keeping tabs on what he's on how his career unfolds.
Damn right. That's awesome. By the way, some more names to do it for.
Yeah. Zendon Hamilton.
Do it for Tony Roten, Sedale Threet, Dana Barrows.
Sedale Threet.
We got a Sean Bradley, Royce White, Xavier Lopez. I love you. Cannonball, Isaiah Cannon, Alexi Shved, Theo Ratliff, Matt Geiger.
No Shavlik Randolph?
I have not seen Shavlik yet. We had a Tony Kukoc. We had a Mark Ivaroni.
I don't like Tony Kukoc. I don't like Tony
Sammy
Kukoc.
Dallenberg.
There it is.
We had Thaddeus Young.
Oh, I don't mind that one.
Do you guys remember the Thad Young stat?
No. Oh, yeah, it's him and, LeBron and Jordan.
There was
I
a
forget
graphic.
what the number is.
There was a graphic that it was when he was with the Pacers. The Indiana Pacers put out Thaddeus Young, just the fifth player to do, and it was the most.
And it was like Jordan. And
most obscure stats ever. Only 4 other players. It was Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and Kareem. And it was like, come on, man. I get it. You're sticking up for your guy, but you can't do that. All right, coming up next, little show reset. And Kevin Kurz covers the Flyers for The Athletic. We've been talking to him all season long. What was it like inside that building last night and the celebration afterward and their belief on what they can do in the next round? We're happy that they're just there. They have a goal in mind. Let's talk about it with Kevin Kurz next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Well, the Flyers had a goal in mind last night, one to be exact, to finish off the series with the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they did so in dramatic fashion. An overtime winner, 1-0 the final to send the Penguins to the offseason. Cam York scored the winner with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in overtime. He talked about it after the game.
Yeah, it was a great play by Mitch on the blue line there. As soon as I got it, looked up, and KT was net front, and, just the way that the game was going, we knew that it was going to be a greasy one, and just wanted to get it to the net, and, found a hole.
Wasn't just Cam York, though. Dan Vladar stopped all 42 shots he faced in regulation and overtime. Now it's on to a matchup with the Metropolitan Division winning Carolina Hurricanes. No word yet on the start date for that series. We'll keep you updated. Sixers have their own Game 6 to take care of tonight as they look to extend their series with the Boston Celtics. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Phil's got 2 games today after last night's matchup with the Giants was rained out. Game 1 is at 12:35. Sanchez versus Webb, the pitching matchup. Game 2 is at 5:35. Andrew DeCecco remains with us for the remainder of the show. Joining us next, Kevin Kurz of The Athletic covers the Flyers. He'll talk about the big series win. This update is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
have to say. Don't worry, we will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade Salciunas.
The great Cam York, John Kincade, Dan Vladar, the hero. Give him the freaking key to the city.
That performance from Dan Vladar last night will be burned into my brain forever.
42 shot attempts by the Penguanos. How many did he allow?
I believe the number is 0.
0.
Which, by the way, is a number.
A shutout performance by Dan Vladar, man.
In a 6-game series, he had 2 shutouts of the Penguins.
And oh, by the way, in 7 periods.
I mean,
because they had to go to overtime last night, which at that point I was going, yo, please, somebody end this. Obviously, want the Flyers to end it. At 4 o'clock wake-up call is not really going to be beneficial to me.
No.
Cam York nets it, and the Flyers win 1-0.
Did you enjoy it?
No.
No.
I enjoyed the game-winning goal.
Right. My buddy Mark came over from next door around the start of the 3rd period. He comes over, and we're sitting there. We watch the next 2 periods, and I'm like, I'm not enjoying this.
No.
It is excruciating.
It was painful.
It's nerve-wracking, but the end result makes it so worth it.
Now back to the show.
Oh, man, we've been celebrating the Flyers win all day today. We're also previewing Sixers-Celtics Game 6, just letting your inner child come out. And don't worry about analysis. Don't worry about how they can win. Just root your hearts out for the Sixers to win tonight. Hopefully force a Game 7, which we'll be able to get on Saturday. It's been a lot of fun, and we want to hear from you about it at 610-632-0975. We're going to speak with Kevin Kurz coming up in a few minutes, but before we do that, we have to check our very serious poll of the day. Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health, he takes his craft very seriously. It's why there's a lot of happy gentlemen all over the Delaware Valley.
I would say, why do you just say happy gentlemen?
Well, yeah, I mean, look.
I would say happy ladies, too.
There is benefits. What's the poll, Connor?
Yeah, this is very important. We're trying to help people out today. With the Philadelphia Flyers eliminating the Pittsburgh Penguins, what do you believe Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang will do for retirement? Still leading the way, 45% of responders saying embellishment coaching, 33% are saying Golden Girls reboot, 14% are thinking they'll pick up some golf, and only 8% saying the Penguins arena usher is next in line for them. We do have a write-in from Philly John in Tennessee who says a Three Stooges franchise reboot or start a new business for stand-in funeral extras because they cry like babies.
That's actually a good one.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
There was a lot of crying.
Oh my gosh, crying? Come on.
But I will give Malkin the credit getting off the bus. And the kid,
he was great.
Sully, who called in earlier today, his 13-year-old kid goes, Malkin, you suck. And he just kind of was like he laughed it off. It was great.
Like, okay.
It was great. I loved it. I thought that was great.
And by the way, the NFL teams, like when they come into these hotels, they get heckled too. They get heckled into going into hotels.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, everything. They're used to it.
Did you see Derek White last week?
No.
With the Celtics. So Derek White obviously plays for the Celtics. He's hit a couple big threes in his time against the Sixers. They stay, the 4 seasons?
Yeah.
Right? And believe it or not, there's construction being done in Center City.
That's shocking. I've never heard that before.
So Derek White's, maybe he went to go get coffee. I don't know. He was just out and about, and one of the construction workers starts heckling him.
Really?
And he laughed it off. He talked about it in his pregame media availability.
That's good.
They were like, what's it like being in the city of Philadelphia? He's like, man, they really care here. I was getting heckled by construction workers today, and somebody found the video and they reposted it. It was cool, man.
One little quick one. So last night I go get a little pizza at Pizza 316.
Good
down in
place.
the Borough. Great spot. And so I walk in. I'm talking to the owners, and hanging out, and in comes an Eagle legend, a former tight end, one of the greatest of all time. So it's not Zach Ertz. So who do you think walks into the place? It's Westchester.
Brent Selleck.
Yes. So Brent walks in. He brings comes in for a slice of pizza. So we're standing there. This kid from Westchester walks over, Westchester University, and he says, hello. And he shakes Brent Selleck's hand. He goes, so glad to meet you. It's like such an honor to meet you and everything like that. And the owner says, well, you going to meet John too? And the kid turns to me, and he has no idea. And he looks at me, and he goes, oh, thank you, sir. And he shakes my hand, and he goes, you must have played before my time. And I thought Brent Selleck was going to lose a kidney laughing at me.
What position would John Kincade have played?
I have no idea.
Long snapper.
I said tailback.
Kicker. Hey, I was bigger I was taller than Tommy McDonald, who's a Eagles legend, and I was proud to, Mr. McDonald, legend of all time, taller than him. I mean, but I didn't think he was thinking I was that old. But he looked at me and he goes,
Jackson,
but he shakes my hand and he just goes, "Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." He goes, "You must have played before my time." I was like, "Oh, there we go." So there we go.
You were playing for the Steagles. You were wearing the blue and yellow jerseys
Here's
back
Brent
in the
Selleck,
day.
real estate legend of Chester County, just chuckling at me.
By the way, if Bayless gives another do it for.
What's that?
Do it for Justin Anderson.
Oh.
First ever member of Club Tyrone. In case people don't remember.
That's right.
He was the inaugural member.
He was the inaugural member?
Inaugural member of Club Tyrone was Justin
That's good
Anderson.
knowledge by you and good memory.
All right, joining us now. We've talked to him a lot throughout the course of the season. He does a great job covering the Flyers for The Athletic. And, man, I can only imagine what last night was like. Obviously, he's a reporter, Johnny. So, like our man Anthony DeCecco, it's a little bit different. But feeling the vibe of that building, I imagine, was special. Kevin Kurz joins us. Kevin, good morning.
How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're partying, right? Last night was so much fun. But leading up to the game-winning goal, it was so much anxiety because the Penguins were outplaying the Flyers pretty much the entire game. Your thoughts on the game leading up to that game-winning goal by Cam York?
As great as Vladar was, and he deserves the bulk of the credit for keeping the Penguins off the board there, it's kind of remarkable that just one of those shots from the outside didn't deflect off of a leg or a stick in front, or just there was some sort of weird bounce. I mean, maybe the Penguins just used up their hockey gods giving them some weird bounces on some of those goals early in the season series in games 4 and games 5, because they were throwing a ton at the net. There was traffic there. I mean, I don't know how one of those didn't go in. So, and again, obviously Vladar made some great saves, and he deserves most of the credit here. But, you can't say that they didn't also get at least a little bit lucky, considering how much time they were spending in their own zone.
Oh, my God, yeah.
It's the breakout was a bit of a problem out of their own zone during this series. Was that something the Penguins were doing, or, Kev, is it something that you were noticing maybe down the stretch that could continue into this Carolina series?
Well, it sure looks like the Penguins' forecheck was a whole lot better after those first 3 games. And I thought it was interesting, Jamie Drysdale after the game said that in the dressing room they felt like they were playing a whole different team on the other side in the Penguins for the last 3 games. And I think that's where it starts, is that they were having some trouble with that. And they've had trouble with that in some games past. But, and conversely, I think the Flyers are having trouble getting in and pressuring the Penguins. So, those two things are related. But, I mean, it's going to be tougher against the Hurricanes. Carolina comes at you in waves. It seems like it almost doesn't even matter who's over there. They're just such a well-coached team under Rod Brind'Amour. And even if you go back to the last game of the regular season, it was meaningless. But they were really coming at the Flyers. Or it was meaningless for Carolina. The Flyers needed to win it, but even in that game, when they were dressing a lineup full of a lot of AHL players, they gave the Flyers everything they could handle. So you just have to go back to that game and see just how well they're coached, how well they execute their system, and how difficult this second round is going to be.
Kevin, looking ahead to the next round, in your view, where do you feel the Flyers have the advantage?
Well, they have the advantage in goal. There's no question about that. I don't think that was what we thought coming into this series, is that their biggest advantage over the Penguins was going to be their goaltending, and that proved to be the case. That might be their only advantage, frankly. 5-on-5, Carolina is always one of the best teams in the league. The Flyers' power play still didn't inspire all that much confidence in the series against the Penguins. Now the penalty kill got better. That was encouraging. That came through in a couple big moments, particularly last night. No one's going to pick the Flyers to win this series. Let's just say that right now. Even Rick Tocchet even joked about it a little bit after the game last night when they were talking about the whole 3.8% chance they had of making the playoffs at the Olympic break. He said something along the lines of, what are they going to give us a chance to beat the Hurricanes? 0.2%? And he's probably not far off. But listen, it's the playoffs. I certainly don't think you count them out. They might be able to take advantage a little bit of the fact that Carolina's going to have had such a long layoff after sweeping Ottawa. They probably got to win one of those first 2 down there, and game 1 might be their best opportunity, because they'll at least be, somewhat fresher than the Hurricanes, just in that they'll have played a little bit more recently, and sometimes that does make a difference in these sorts of series.
So you bring up Tocchet making the joke yesterday after the game. Kevin Kurz of The Athletic joining us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Earlier today, we were talking about house money. You know, we're just happy that they're there. We were happy that they made the playoffs to begin with, and then, wow, they won the series. Let's go. What's the mindset like in that locker room? Because I would imagine, to a man, they're not saying we're just happy to be here.
No, I feel like that's always sort of a disconnect, right? And not just in hockey, maybe in all sports, because, like, you tell anybody in that room they don't have a chance against the Hurricanes, they're going to tell you, get the hell out of here, right? I mean, they want to go on a run. They feel like they came together at the right time, and they made that late playoff push, and they got in, and now they've won 4 of the first 6 playoff games. They're going to be confident going in. I don't think there's any question about that. And, they're learning lessons along the way, and I think that's the most important thing to remember here. And even Travis Konechny said it, next time we're in overtime, we're going to know that we've got to maybe take a little chances a little bit earlier. We can't spend all that time in our own zone, or else there's going to, some sort of disaster could happen. So, they seem to be quick learners, right? Whether it's Porter Martone or, even Matvei Mishkov, you have to give him credit for playing well after he came out in Game 5. Cam York gets the game winner, right? I mean, these guys are all young guys that are just learning how to wade through this thing, and I think they're going to take a lot of lessons out of that Pittsburgh series. I mean, that it doesn't get much more stressful than what they went through last night. I mean, you're on the verge of blowing a 3-0 lead, and as well as they've played down the stretch and in the early part of that series, if you go into Game 7, no one's expecting you to win that Game 7. The pressure is going to be ramped up even higher, and it still would have been embarrassing to get reverse swept by the Penguins, even with all the good things they had done. So, I think that's what would, if I was a fan, that would give me the most hope. Is this team does seem to be learning quickly, and they just went through a whole heck of an experience there, getting past the Penguins, and they came through it with a win.
Could the Flyers have the goaltending edge against Carolina?
Yeah, they definitely do. What Vladar did was pretty remarkable. He had never played a playoff game before, and for as well as he played in the regular season, the playoffs are a whole different animal. You never know how a goaltender is going to react to playoff hockey, right? How many goaltenders have we seen in the past that are great in the regular season and then struggle in the playoffs? I mean, you go to Connor Hellebuck in Winnipeg. Before the Olympics, that was his reputation, right? He would always come up small in the playoffs after playing so well in the regular season. But Vladar wasn't just him, the same old goalie that he was in the regular season. He took his game to another level. I mean, 2 shutouts. I think it was like a .937 save percentage in the 6 games. That will 100% be the Flyers' biggest advantage on paper.
Kevin, last thing, and look, you cover the Flyers for The Athletic. You don't cover the Flyers fans, right? But you have been in that building, and you saw the rebirth in Game 3, first time in 8 years where the Flyers had a game on home ice. You saw it again last night. You saw the Flyers win it. Just sort of talk about your experiences with any fans you've communicated with, whether it's social media, whether it's walking around the building, and that vibe that is – it's come back, and it's a beautiful story. The Flyers winning's a beautiful story, but seeing that rebirth of Flyers fandom for a lot of people is beautiful itself.
I mean, it's not even in the building for me. It's more just in like my everyday life, right? Because I grew up here, and I left in 2010 for 12 years, and I came back. And, when I came back, I don't think I fully realized how far off the radar the Flyers were on the local sports radar, right? And it's been interesting to me to see, maybe some of my friends texting me about them and their kids coming around to watching the Flyers now, and just walking around the city and seeing so much Flyer stuff. And so, I think it's not surprising to me because I grew up here. I know what this town's all about in terms of how they support their local teams. But I think it helps too that it's a young team that's growing together, and you've got a couple young players that burst on. I mean, Porter Martone gave this fan base a huge jolt. I think not just the people that were paying attention to the Flyers, but those that were just maybe casual fans. I mean, you see this guy come up and score all these big goals down the stretch. he looks like a future star, right? And obviously Matvei Mishkov is still here, and I know he had a little bit of an up and down season, but he's still a guy that there's a lot of hope for. So I just think the fact that it's a young team, they're growing together. I think anyone that watches the interviews or sees how they interact with each other knows that it's a fun group. They do get along. They're playing for each other, and I think that sort of helped capture the fans back a little bit here, and it's going to be fun to see. It's going to be fun to see it keep going, frankly.
Awesome stuff. Another series of content ahead for you, Kevin.
Thanks,
we appreciate
Kev.
the time, man.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
There is Kevin Kurz, covers the Flyers.
That's awesome.
For the Athletic. All right, let's relive some of the 6-game series. Not just Game 6. Game 6, we know that Dan Vladar, Darth Vladar, 42 shots, 42 saves. Flyers win in 6. Flyers win 1-0. Cam York with the game winner. But we want to relive that entire series where the Flyers, for the first time in 8 years, got to play on home ice. For the first time in 6 years, got to play playoff hockey to begin with. Here it is how it sounded on the Fanatic over the course of the last 2 weeks.
Here's Porter Martone. He's got a man going to the net. Martone spins into the right wing circle. Looks at the net with a shot. He scores! Oh, Porter Martone! The kid does it again in his first playoff game. And Martone has given the Flyers a 2-goal lead with just over 2.5 minutes to play. At the left point, Malkin looking, gives it up. Penguins in front. Saved by Vladar. It's in the corner. Pittsburgh in front. They can't do it. The Flyers pick it up and clear. And the Flyers win for the 12th time in their last 14 road games. These upstart Flyers surprised by many to be here. The Flyers don't get that. There shouldn't be any surprise. They've been one of the best teams at the end of the season, and they win Game 1 on the road 3-2. On the faceoff, far circle with the Philadelphia end. Again, Couturier, this time can't win it. Pittsburgh does. Eric Carlson shoots one that hit a body, went to the far corner. Glove there by Sanheim. He couldn't clear on the backhand, but the Flyers get into Couturier. They break out onto the ice. 2-on-1. Couturier gets it in front. Here's Luke Glendening with the empty net. He scores, and the Flyers are going to pull up with a 3-0 lead over the Penguins with just over 2 minutes to play. And the Flyers are going to come out of Pittsburgh with 2 hard-fought wins in the first 2 games of this series. Middle point, Drysdale shot deflected right on the loose puck and dish right back into him by Porter Martone. Martone will feed to Drysdale. Secrets with a one-timer. He scores! The power play goal by Trevor Secrets. Now you want to see a building go wild. The Flyers have tied the game. Novak on the near half wall. Pressure, Tippett shoveled at the center. Tippett's going to get to it. Looking at the empty net. He scores! Oh, and Tippett ices it. Puts it into the empty goal. And the Flyers are going to win Game 3 and take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Back for that, the first one there. A centering pass, man's on the backhand. Vladar tracks the right pad, gets it covered. No whistle yet. It's still loose. And the Penguins trying to knock that puck in, blow it down. It's in behind the Flyer netminder, but stays out. Now the referee apparently didn't lose sight of it. How the hell that's possible, I don't know. But he let the play continue for a long time before he blows it dead. Flyers win the faceoff. Here's Cam York again. Over the Matvei Mishkov. Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime. And they're headed to the second round. Cates was out in front. And the Flyers start the party in South Philadelphia as they send the Pittsburgh Penguins packing in overtime.
And that's how it sounded. Great job, Connor Thomas. Great job, Tim Saunders. What an incredible series for the Flyers. And now we go into the series. We talk house money. Kevin Kurz goes, yeah, nobody in that team's going to say that. They think they belong. And look, good for them, man. I love that. I love that mentality. And we'll find out soon when Game 1 will be. John's keeping an eye on
It's the 2 games tonight. There is 2 games tonight. Minnesota has a chance to close out tonight. Anaheim has a chance to close out tonight. If they both win, then there's a prime time, there's national TV broadcast spot that has to be filled on Saturday because the NHL would have no games on Saturday, and they have a prime time spot to be filled.
And what's been the number 1 most watched team?
The Philadelphia Flyers have been a huge hit. Now, Pittsburgh's part of that.
Sure.
So there it is. So they got a part of that.
Pittsburgh's not playing anymore. How about that,
There we
Johnny?
go.
The Flyers are. All right, what do we have on the Davis on the text line? Feel the Davis difference. You can check them out in Burlington.
Now, that's not the only Game 6 we're worried about. That was a nice win, but we need to help out Wes from Sellersville, who has a bit of a dilemma.
Okay.
He says he needs some advice. 2 tickets to tonight's game. Planned on taking my son, but he's 8, and he's got a bedtime. His first playoff game would be tonight if he went, but the only other Sixers game he's ever been to, he saw Embiid drop 70. It's going to be tough to convince Mom that the 8 p.m. tip with the bedtime is worth it.
All right,
yes.
Is it worth digging in against the
Can we call Mom?
I would call, yeah.
Can we call Mom?
I guess, yeah.
Get Mom.
Have
Get Mom on the
calling.
phone. No. Ask him. Can we call Mom?
My dad had a very strict rule. I'll take you to the game. You cannot complain tomorrow morning. And
You're getting up for school. You meet all your obligations. That was the rule.
And I followed the rule, man. Like, the Phillies game 3, that World Series game didn't start till 10 o'clock.
We'll call Mom before the end of the show. We will absolutely call Mom before the end of the show if he puts us in touch with her, and we will tell Mom to send that kid to the game.
Sounds good. Speaking of Mom, by the way, a very happy birthday to my mom.
Oh, happy birthday, Connor's
happy birthday, Mom. Love you.
She's
even
a
though you're a
sweetheart.
Vikings fan.
Well, that's
love
more
you
reason
very,
to
very
love her.
much.
It's more reason to love her. She needs you.
She'd
Thank
let me
you
go
for
to the game.
Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's her birthday, and yet she's gifting us. That's wonderful.
She's the best.
All right, coming up next, Jim Jackson. You'll hear the call again. It was great. The game winner for Cam York. He joins us to talk more about
Sharp-dressed
this
man
Flyers
last night,
series
too.
and the next series against the Canes. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Flyers finish off the series. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Flyers won their series with the Penguins in dramatic fashion last night. A 1-0 win in overtime, sending the Penguins to the offseason. Flyers to the second round. Cam York scored the winner with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in that overtime period. Here's how it sounded here on the Fanatic.
Mishkov hits it back across at the line. York with a shot. They score! Cam York from the point of the Flyers win it in overtime, and they're headed to the second round.
Next up, it's a matchup with the Carolina Hurricanes. No news on the start date for that series yet. We'll keep you updated. The Sixers, they've got Game 6 against Boston tonight in the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic as they look to extend the series to a pivotal 7th game. The Phillies have 2 against the Giants today. It got rained out last night. Game 1's at 12:35. Game 2 at 5:35. Christopher Sanchez and Logan Webb will be the starters for Game 1. Jim Jackson, who was on the call for NBC Sports Philadelphia last night, will join us next to talk about that great Flyer series win. This update is brought to you by Wawa. Their $6 meal deal is back. Get a sandwich, small fountain drink, and Hershey chips, all for $6. Limited time. Gotta have a Wawa. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Weekdays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
You just heard the promo, Middays with March, coming your way at 10 o'clock. They'll continue the fun, celebrating the Flyers win last night, ending the Penguins. We have Sixers Celtics tonight. We've been talking about it all day today. And this next 25 or so minutes is going to be very busy, Johnny, in such a great way. We may have one very special guest on coming up in a little bit. But first, we already have a special guest lined up. And we want to play it again. We played it for you earlier. We played the call from Tim Saunders here on The Fanatic. We played the call of Kenny Albert from TNT. But last night on NBC Sports Philadelphia, great job as always, Jim Jackson and Scotty Hartnell. 0-0, overtime. And almost at the end of overtime period number one, Porter Martone misses the shot. And you're going, oh, no, is this going to be the moment where the Penguins end it and we got to go to a Game 7? And then there was Cam York.
Mishkov back to York. York Arista. Cam York from distance. And the Flyers are on their way to the second round. And it's a beautiful thing.
It was a beautiful call. Thing. It was a beautiful call. It was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful scene. It was beautiful to see Cam York chuck his stick, over the board, so over the glass, and everybody was okay.
You didn't get hit with it.
Everybody's good. Everybody's happy. And joining us now, the man that did that call for NBC Sports Philadelphia, our man Jim Jackson joins us. Jim, first and foremost, man, good morning and great call. That was awesome last night.
Thanks. You just don't want to screw those up, guys. And it was a great moment. Brought me back to the days when the Flyers were creating those moments on a pretty regular basis. And thankfully, no lawsuits, as Cam York said. It's sticking to the crowd.
Yeah, no lawsuits, which is great. So, look, one of our big things that we keep on talking about is the rebirth of Flyers fandom. Not that many people just, disappeared. It's just the buzz wasn't there. It's been a long time. So I love that you had to raise your voice extra loud for that call because the building was rocking so much. How cool has that been for you, just this experience, the 3 games so far on home ice?
Yeah, it's been tremendous. I think I first noticed the rise in enthusiasm when Martone scored that overtime game winner for his first goal back on Easter against Boston. The place went nuts, and it was like that had a different volume to it. Then, of course, the Carolina game where they clinched the playoff spot in the shootout was craziness, and now all 3 playoff games, that place has been nuts. So it is great. I mean, you talked about how the buzz had gone away, and it had, but I always knew it was there. In going around doing events, not as much the social media aspect of it as much as actually being out among fans, golf tournaments, seminars, whatever, round tables, wherever I was bumping into fans and around groups of fans, the carnival. I always knew the passion was there. They just needed something to let them show that passion, and this team has obviously given them that in spades here over the last month and a half. So it's been fun to see. I knew that passion was there, and I knew that it would explode, and it certainly has.
Jim, what do you think is really tangible that you've seen out of that Pittsburgh series that's going to help them against Carolina?
Well, I think this is all about learning lessons for this team. And a lot of times when you're learning lessons, you lose. You have to lose to learn those lessons. They are fortunate enough to get through last night with a win, and I think learn a lesson about how tight and how much tension there is, the drama, all of that. If you think about it, last night's game, the Penguins have 3 first-ballot Hall of Famers, maybe a 4th that could go to the Hall of Fame. They have 4 or 5 multiple cup winners, 3 that have won 3 cups. Their experience over the Flyers, the level is ridiculous. It was almost 10-1 in terms of playoff games. Flyers had 5 players dressed last night that had ever played a Game 6 of the playoffs. So it was a vast difference, and I think that showed in the third period and overtime that the Flyers were somewhat tentative. The Penguins were really going for it. They were also the team that had to win, obviously, or the season was over. But I really think the Flyers were kind of treating last night like that, too, because going back to Pittsburgh for Game 7 was not an option I think they wanted to really deal with. So I think they learned a lot about that last night. They learned a lot about things throughout the push to the playoffs and then through this series. And so they can take that into the next series. It's only going to get tougher. Carolina is a machine in terms of their checking and their puck possession and getting the pucks at the net. Rod Brindamore, even when they came in here late this season and they had 6 or 7 guys out of the lineup, the team still looked like a machine. He's got this team really well coached, and it's going to be even tougher. There's going to be even less space than there was at times against Pittsburgh in the last 2 or 3 games. So it only gets tougher as you move along. But these are things that they have to learn. This is a very young team, and they're getting great hockey lessons here. It's only going to help them as they move along in this rebuild that is obviously moving on to another step.
Jim, in your view, who needs to be the X factor on this Flyers team against Carolina?
Well, I mean, the easy answer is Dan Vladar because he's going to see a lot of pucks. Carolina always outshoots its opponents. They fire from all angles, and so he's going to most likely be busy. It would be a big surprise if he's not. So that's an easy answer. I mean, he was the X factor obviously last night. He's been just tremendous. I think most of the year I would have called him more solid, steady. But last night he was obviously spectacular. I don't think he's had to. They don't give up that many shots, the Flyers, they did last night, but they don't usually give up a lot of shots. So it's not like the goaltending, Dan or Sam Harrison, when he's in there, they have to be spectacular on a nightly basis. He did last night, but not normally. But I think against Carolina, he is going to see a lot of shots. So he's the easy answer. But, I mean, if you go beyond that, I think they're going to need some of their veteran guys to produce. Owen Tippett, Travis Konecny, these guys. The young guys, I think, will contribute here and there, but you have to expect some growing pains with those guys. Some of the vets maybe can step up and supply some goals. But make no mistake about it, it's very tough to look good against Carolina. They're just in your face all the time. So Carolina, and you have to withstand it. And I think last night was a real good test for them because that was what Pittsburgh was doing in the third period in the overtime. And the Flyers were able to withstand it and get the W. So maybe they can do it against Carolina. And I will say this, hey, Flyers played 4 games against the Canes. All 4 went to overtime. The last one, yes, Carolina did not have their full lineup, but the first 3 they did. And all 3 games, the Flyers could have easily won. They all went to overtime or shootout before Carolina won. So they're not that far away from Carolina. I'm just saying it's going to be a messy series in terms of the aesthetic look to it because I don't think it's going to be something where you're going to see the Flyers spending tons and tons and tons of time in the offensive zone. Carolina just doesn't allow you to do that.
Jim, we'll be listening. It was fantastic. I'm glad that you got to live that throughout the entire series for the Flyers. It's great to see it back at the Xfinity Mobile Arena.
And Jim, you're welcome to come on and talk with us since we're not going to be able to hear your fine work.
Exactly. So whenever you want to join us,
that was it for us last night. So it's Timmy and Fridge the rest of the way. But yeah, anytime you guys want to talk, I'm here. I got not much else to do but just watch and talk now. So,
well, that sounds good.
Let me know when you need me.
Well, we'll be talking. Well, we can't wait, Jim. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
There is Jim Jackson from NBC Sports
Which
Philadelphia.
I think sucks, by the way.
Yeah, no, it absolutely
I hate the policy of
I know.
That they don't allow that to happen.
It does. Well, you know what doesn't suck?
What?
Coming up next, we mentioned that there was going to be a very special guest. Rick Tocchet, the head coach of the Philadelphia Flyers, will be joining us coming up next.
And I warn you, don't tell him, are you happy to be there?
I am going to ask him that question to start.
Oh.
What would you say to somebody that is celebrating that we're just happy to be there?
Oh.
I wouldn't mind hearing some jam out of Tocchet to start the interview.
May jam a microphone somewhere.
Rick Tocchet joins us coming up next to celebrate. Well, we are. Job's not done yet for him. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Kincade and Fanatic.
Yeah, you heard it. Sixers Celtics Game 6 tonight. Can they force a Game 7, which will be Saturday? Just like the Xfinity Mobile Arena was rocking last night, I imagine more of the same tonight. And joining us now, Johnny and Angie Pacheco in studio with us today, the head coach of the Philadelphia Flyers, Rick Tocchet. Last night was an incredible scene at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. And I want to start off this interview one way, John, because I'm sure he's going to love to hear this. Hey, Rick, are you just happy to be there?
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of people saying we're just happy to be here, and I imagine that that's not the message coming from the head coach.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're happy, but we're not happy to be here. We have a shot. You know, I know people, you know, we're going to probably be less than 3.8% in this series, which we kind of love, and it's going to be a tough sled. I mean, listen, Carolina's a terrific team, well coached. But, you know, you don't get opportunities like this. So the happy to be here is probably not something that we're thinking about. We're just thinking about, hey, we have a chance to, at the first game, we're going into Carolina and try to win that first game and see where it goes.
Rick, I got to watch you be a part of the youngest team ever to make the Stanley Cup Finals back in 1985. What does this team bear any kind of resemblance to that team?
Yeah, great question. I think for me, the closeness, the 8-9 years for my first stint with Philadelphia, probably the closest group I've ever been with ever, and I think I get the same vibes. Real close group. You can tell that they hang out. There's always packs of guys. There's no 2 or 3 guys. There's always a pack of guys. Before the games, they have a lot of fun. There's just a lot of good stuff with them, and I really believe the closest this team got us through the series. I mean, listen, Pittsburgh came on the last 2-3 games. I just really think the closeness got us through this series, and hopefully we can just draw some energy off that.
Rick, Dan Vladar rose to the occasion last night, and nothing new for him. But from your perspective, in terms of his mental resolve, what really equips him to be able to deliver in these high leverage moments?
Yeah, I'm so proud of him. Like, obviously, he was in Calgary, more of a backup role, and he always knew he had it in him. You know, he probably, I guess, I don't even know if he had other opportunities. Probably did, but he bet on himself to come here. Knew there was an opportunity to try to get the number 1 role. What I like about his resolve, the 2 games for the games, I'm like, are you out of your mind? You know, that's the sort of, you know, how do you not want to play for this guy if you're a player? Where this guy's taking a bullet for the players, you know, that's what I love about him, and that's his resolve. And he's been like that all year. You know, he doesn't have a letter on his chest, but he could definitely have a letter on his chest the way he leads with our team.
Rick, take us inside the locker room after the third period came to an end. You just dropped the last 2 games. If the Penguins win in overtime, you're going back to Pittsburgh, Game 7. So what was the message like? Who was speaking? What was everything going on before you went back onto the ice for overtime?
Well, I think honestly, you know, for a coach, like, you know, when you have a young team and you know, listen, there's tons of pressure. You're going into overtime. You know, our first overtime, it's probably most of our team first playoff overtime ever. I had to be calm. I wanted them to enjoy and have fun. So my demeanor was kind of a little bit more, hey, let's have fun type of thing. I don't think I going in there and giving a big speech and making them more nervous, especially when you have a young team. So that was my mindset. And then hopefully, you know, and I haven't talked to the players about what was said after, but I'm sure Coots and a couple of the guys were keeping the young guys calm and relaxed. That's the key in a high-pressure situation, is trying to keep young guys relaxed and go play the game. Because, you know, if you play tense, and we played a little tense in overtime. I mean, you got to give Pittsburgh credit. They had the puck a lot in overtime. I think we were a little bit just happy of just throwing pucks out instead of trying to, you know, hold on to pucks. But that's something we'll learn. I mean, if we get another playoff overtime in the future, maybe we'll handle it a little bit different. And the growth for the young guys in those situations, you experience. So, I mean, listen, I'm just so happy for the young guys, the growth. They get the experience, you know, the Mishkovs, all these guys, the first time ever, only their first or second year in the league, to be at a playoffs is big for them and their growth and experience.
Rick, speak about the performance of Matvei Mishkov last night. I thought he had a tremendous game, especially coming off the fact that he had to sit and watch Game 5. What did you think of his performance?
Yeah, I think he had some really good chances there. Listen, I know people make a big deal, and, he's one of the young guys, and sometimes you hit a wall as a young guy, and sometimes taking a break, watching, spending time with coaches at practice the day before goes a long way. It happened to Barks, it happened to Bump, and it's, Mitch is no different, and I think, that's what you can do. You analyze the game, and he did some stuff, I think, from watching the game. So, yeah, it was obviously a great assist on the goal. That backhand to Yorkie was a clutch play by him.
Rick, you mentioned the importance of keeping young players relaxed. In your experience,
for me, when you go in, it's don't say a lot of tactical stuff, because if you start giving tactics, I think that's when guys freeze up. You don't play the white. You just try to play shift to shift. It's from experience. I try to tell the guys, and I said, when you're tense out there, if you talk the shift before, it helps you relax. And like I said, you need your veterans to help you out too, and I think they do that for me.
Rick, let's talk about Matvei Mishkov. Mishkov, healthy scratch, comes back, and then all of a sudden, that's a big part of it. What about some of the other young players that are going through this first playoff series where, like you said, you're learning a lot? So Mishkov, he learned. Porter Martone got his first taste. How important has this first-round series been for those guys?
Yeah, it's honestly, it's huge. It's honestly, say we don't make the playoffs. Obviously, these guys are going to be good hockey players. They're going to develop, but just being in the situation, the last 20 games, we've been playing this playoff hockey like this for 2 months. We've had the throttle down, and what I like sometimes, some games when you have the throttle down, you got to be a resilient team. You might not have your A game, and as a young player, from my experience, when they don't have their A game, they because you hit the wall, they play their D game or their C game. I think our young guys, when they don't have their A game, I'm seeing a B game come out of them, and I don't want to confuse people when I'm saying that, but it goes a long way. Athletes don't have their best night. Sometimes you don't have your legs. Sometimes things don't go your way. But if you can be resilient, hang in there, contribute in other ways, that's the sign of a good experienced team. And I think last night was a good example of it. I think part of the game, I thought we liked our game. There's parts where we were kind of getting packed in and trying to be resilient, but I could tell guys were doing the right things, even though maybe they didn't have their legs. So that's the growth I like to see for the young guys, and you could see that the last couple of months.
Little trash talk between you and Rod Brindamore before the series offline?
Yeah, Roddy's a hell of a coach. I played with him. Rod, he's got Rod the Bod, the nickname.
Yeah.
But listen, we'll go at it our own way, and it's friends after. It's
exactly.
Always, you know what I'm saying? There's going to be no. Trust me, we're not talking.
I know that.
That's awesome. Well, look, congratulations,
Thanks,
round one, and can't wait for this next series.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the support.
Coach.
Thanks, Rick.
Coach Rick Tocchet joining us here on Kincade and Salciunas, man.
He was a guy who, as a player, appreciated tough coaching, and he knows how to deliver it with a much softer edge. He can coach tough, but still he's learned the best.
Well, like we talked about earlier, he was not afraid to sit one of the players that everybody's got jerseys of.
Mm-hmm. To learn, and he got him, but he got him right back in the lineup.
And there are some players in this city, and not just this city, in sports in general, that would not be able to handle that well.
You know why, though? I think because the players know Rick Tocchet is in it with them. I think they know that he's in it for their best interest, and I think Mishkov understands he's trying to make me better. And last night, Matvei had a much better game than a lot of his teammates. And that was good. He bounced back strong.
He played with some jam.
Good club.
He played with some jam.
I'm glad you didn't do that with Tocchet. I'm glad you didn't do any of your hockey.
I don't know if Rick could keep up.
I'm glad you didn't use any of the hockey cliches.
You got an apple yesterday.
Good club.
Matt Vey. You got an apple. It's an assist, in case you guys are wondering.
club, yeah.
I'm just trying to teach
Stop
people,
it with the
you know?
apple. Yeah, it's really stop it with that.
All right. Well, Andrew.
You didn't have your apple this morning, by the way.
I did.
Oh, I didn't see it. I just saw your PB.
I had it earlier.
there you go.
721 apple, 921 peanut butter jelly. Because I am going to Dover Motor Speedway after this.
You're a lucky man. This is going to be a lot of fun
big
today.
news.
So Ricky Bo's been endorsing the Dover Motor Speedway.
Sure.
But he can't go to the event today because he's got this thing called Unfiltered at 2 o'clock. And Steve Simons, one of our sales guys, goes, hey, do you like NASCAR? I'm like, no. He goes, oh, man, all right, I need somebody that would get into the car with a professional driver around the track. I was like,
Brad Keselowski? Are you kidding me?
I was like, hell yeah, man.
I'm in.
I'm up for a good time.
In fact, drive like Keselowski to Dover.
Well, I am supposed to be there at
Guess what?
11.
Right now, get on the road.
All right, guys,
Say
have a
goodbye to
great
everybody.
rest of your day. Why am I going to die? Goodbye, everyone. Everybody have a great day.